morning and welcome to ELOSOFUMARTAKES. This is our 164th take, live from the Alec Bradley Lone Star studio of Euless, Texas. I'm your host, Barry Duplessis, as always, and I'm so proud, so pleased, and so privileged to be with you all tonight. This is going to be a phenomenal show. There's a 1 in 10 chance that one of us may not make it till the end. Just saying. We'll get there with all the fun in just a moment, but we do have to thank the people that make this show possible. And that, of course, is our sponsors. And tonight's show is sponsored by Drew Estate. Drew Estate Barn Smokers are back, baby. Yes, they'll resume their program in 2021 after a year's hiatus due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The company will host 3 barn smokers this year, beginning with the Connecticut Barn Smoker on August 14th through the 15th in the beautiful Connecticut River Valley. The Kentucky Barn Smoker will follow in Hopkinsville on October 9th. Finally, to conclude the Barn Smoker season of 2021, we'll be going back to Florida for the Florida Barn Smoker that will take place in Claremont at the famed FSG Farm, November 13th through the 14th. Check out where you can get, check out drewestate.com for more details, and you can get excited about purchasing your tickets as soon as possible. They are actually on sale now. You actually don't even go to drewestate.com. Go to barnsmoker.com. Get your tickets today. Connecticut, Kentucky, Florida, all happening in 2021. DE for life. Get excited. Barn Smokers are back. And tonight's show is also sponsored by Oveja Negra Brands, 4 unique companies who share a passion to provide innovative cigars for the next generation of cigar enthusiasts. Black Label Trading Company, Blackwork Studio, Dissident, and Emilio are combining premium tobacco with an artisanal touch. Oveja Negra, where art and tobacco collide. Join the flock and visit OvejaNegraCigars.com to learn more. And welcome, everyone. This is our 164th take. Like I said, there's a chance that one of us may not make it till the end, but that's okay. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. So without further ado, I'll welcome in my guests tonight. Sponsored by United Cigars. Smoke one today and start living united. Misters Tripp, Waldrop, and Matt Ty. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
Fantastic. Thanks for having us.
Cheers, Bear. Cheers, Tripp, and cheers, everybody watching.
Yes.
Grateful to be on the show and excited to talk about what we're going to talk about tonight.
Cheers, everyone.
I'll drink to that. And we'll get started right away because Matt already feels weird because he took a drink of his drink and he doesn't have a cigar to pair with it. So we'll kind of get rolling here. So everyone, we'll talk about the main topic of tonight's show here in a little bit. But to kind of kick things off, we're kind of potpourring a couple of topics tonight, but they're important ones because I mean, who doesn't want to talk about cigars to smoke during celebratory times? And who doesn't want to talk about pairings? And you know what? For the 3 people in this room, it'll definitely be entertaining. We're going to talk about some quote unquote nerd things. Can't think of anything like better way to describe it. Hopefully you guys can help me out.
I think that's a valid moniker.
Yes.
Okay. Nerd
Agreed.
Things.
Yes.
Nerd things.
Yeah.
We're going to do nerd things. We're going to talk about nerd things in the third hour of the show. And as always, we do have a great one must go lined up for everybody, and also we'll be talking about 2 fantastic nonprofit organizations coming up, and so just wanted to kind of kick things off. Guys, what are we smoking tonight? Matt, I'll let you go first, man. I know you're itching to light up, so let's rock and roll with you, buddy.
All right. So before we started, we were talking, and I took one little drink of rum, and instantly I knew that I needed to start firing up a cigar to pair with it. So I am starting out with an Atabey, and this is I apologize, I don't recall their particular nomenclature for the Robusto size, but this is the Robusto, and that is my first cigar of the evening.
That is if I had one, that would have been my cigar. Like Atabeys to me are some of the absolute best like celebratory level cigars.
Yeah, it's when Bear contacted me and asked me to be on the show and said what the kind of cigars we were going to be talking about, this is one of the first ones that I thought of to put in the grouping for this evening.
Mm-hmm. So I am smoking. I went with a slight theme tonight. So all the cigars I'm going to be smoking are what I would consider celebratory, but not because they're like super, super good cigars. They are. But more because they're cigars you can't buy anymore. Like to me, there's a couple classes of celebratory cigar, whether it's like you know, that $40 cigar they keep behind the counter at your tobacconist, or I don't know, something that is just your favorite that has like a special connection. And then there's the stuff you can't buy anymore. So the first one up for me tonight is Tatuaje Cigar 2014,
Oh, nice.
which I think is just a wonderful cigar.
Mhm.
But the fact that you haven't been able to buy these for 7 years,
Yeah,
makes it pretty special, you know.
absolutely.
I think like is it just weird like just like there's like a lot of these companies that have like these really like limited edition short runs, like everybody has them, right?
Mhm.
Is it just me, or is it like is it fair to say? I think it might be fair to say, because I feel like he's been doing it longer than anyone else, but I feel like Pete's got some like of those really hidden ones that like only like the people who know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody know what it is.
Yeah.
He's got like a
Absolutely.
long list of those that are and they're really good too.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think in kind of stark contrast to that, he's way better known for putting out consistently good core lines. He's not one of those people who's just constantly pumping out limited editions. Like,
Right.
well, what year was it? Like 2017 or something was when he was like, no more limited editions, and he kept
Yeah.
going, but not as much.
Yeah.
Well, and like I've talked about this on a number of different shows. We talk about how TAA cigars. Now there's a few, right? But the one
Mhm.
it's one of three. There's three companies in my mind that continually put out excellent cigars for their TAA edition smoke every year. La Flor Dominicana, Crown Heads, and Pete.
Yep.
Mhm.
And Pete's not doing it anymore, or at least he's not doing it this year. So I was like,
Right.
well, that stinks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a bummer. But I think well, maybe not. I don't know. I would think part of the reasoning for that is he's been pretty public about how hard broadleaf has been to get a hold of in the last
Yeah.
couple of years. But I guess the last couple of years he didn't use broadleaf in that cigar anyway. So
What a segue there. Speaking of broadleaf, I got a whole lot of it here.
Oh boy.
Oh,
We're smoking a Drew Estate A, boys.
look at that.
Nice.
Okay. So I prefaced this in the green room. I said my first cigar is actually going to be a mistake. And here's what I mean by that. Okay. There's nothing obviously wrong with this cigar, but we all know, the three of us all know, and a lot for the most part, a lot of people in the audience know the ethos, if you will, of Drew Estate, especially the Unico series and the Liga Privada lines. You don't age them, right?
Mhm.
That's the thing. You don't age them. They're ready to be smoked. They typically don't age very well, and they claim that, right? That's not like a dig or anything like that. That's their thing. They want you to enjoy their cigars right out the box. Well, gentlemen, I've been saving this. This is 2 years old, so it
Hopefully
couldn't go any longer.
Hopefully it doesn't just explode or something when you light
Yeah.
it.
Oh God, that would be just terrible, right? But no, but I am excited. I am excited about it. I kept it in a little bit lower of a humidity, just because of just the denseness of the leaf that's in this particular cigar. I just didn't want it to get oversaturated with humidity and moisture and everything. So I kept it a little bit lower temp, and it's still holding up, guys. It's not crunchy at all. Like, I mean, there's still so much like cushion to this. It's crazy. So and it definitely didn't lose a lot of its oil. I mean, this is a 2-year solo. I mean, look, it's still pretty
wow.
clean. Yeah.
Very nice.
So, I mean, I'm hoping I did this right. For the mistake that I made. This isn't a mistake on Drew Estate's part. It's a mistake on my part for not smoking it earlier. So, but I'm still excited nonetheless. Nonetheless. All right. So, with that being said, I wanted to kick off a quick question before we got into tonight's major point. So wanted to ask you guys a question, because you already know the number, so spoiler alert. But how many times have you guested on other shows that aren't your own, excluding this one, because we're going to mention the numbers for ELOSOFUMARTAKES here in a second?
I'm doing a little quick napkin math. I think it's like 5 maybe. I've been on Coop a couple times. I've been on Dojo once or twice. I've done Cigar Jukebox a couple times. So I think it's like 5 or 6. More if you count when I was on Cigar Federation shows as just a dude who wanted to help out instead of like being considered a host at all.
Before you became the face of it.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, it's a very short answer, and that's 0. I have been a guest on ELOSOFUMARTAKES and grateful to be so. And I have not been a guest on other shows.
Oh, Tripp calling you out. No, I'm just kidding. I hadn't realized that. I hadn't realized that.
And when I say that, I don't say that with any animus. It's just
course.
that's, it is what it is. I just, have not been.
Okay. I could have swore you would have been on another one. That is my fault there. But the reason I mentioned that is because we've actually got another record tonight set. Tripp continues to pile onto his lead. This is his 8th take.
Wow.
So, yeah. So he's been on 6 of the takes that we do with Dennis for our pairing show.
Mm-hmm.
Our blind pairing show rather. Concerning tonight's major topic, we should probably call it the blind pairing show. But and then he actually guested again at another point with John McTavish just before Christmas a couple of years ago.
Oh, right.
So that's was 7, and then this is 8. So Tripp always coming in clutch. But Matt, this is your fourth visit to ELOSOFUMARTAKES.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's I always have a great time on your show, and I always have a great time watching when you and Tripp and Dennis do the pairings, because it's I'm a nerd for that stuff too, and I love hearing your guys' thoughts, and you guys give me a lot of great ideas over the years of stuff to try. So I always try to watch that one when it's on.
And I just want to say, if I get one more show in before you get too many more, I will have been in 5% of your shows. Right now I'm sitting at 4.87%. I'd like to get that over 5. But
wow,
we'll see how that works out.
Nice. I think once you get over 5, you're gonna have to demand like co-host royalties or something.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea why I picked this show to do a nerd segment. I have no fucking clue why. It just escapes me. Just unbelievable. Man. I think, I do want to give credit where credit's due, because we did have an unfortunate cancellation for tonight's show, and so this show was kind of put together a little bit last minute. Like that's why I said Tripp coming in clutch again. That was actually the same thing when John and him were on just before Christmas that year. That was also a situation where that is now, and also full disclosure, and Matt knows this already going in. Matt, I told Matt this, he's nobody's second choice. He just happened to be in this case. All joking aside. We were going to see if Dennis could return. So because the last on version 6.0 of our blind pairings, snowpocalypse happened, and the U.S. Postal Service just didn't cooperate with us that week. But I specifically asked Matt as my second choice for this particular show, because we were going to talk about our main our major point's going to be here in just a moment. And the reason why I wanted Matt on the show is Matt still holds the distinct honor of being my only guest that I know of. Now, Tripp and Dennis and I have definitely drank plenty on this show, but to my knowledge, Matt's the only person I know that was quadruple fisting at one point in one of the shows we were in.
Wow.
And I think that was our first one. I was like, hey, what are you drinking tonight? We're like, well, I've got some water and I have a beer from this local brewery. I like to support local. And then I've also got a whiskey, and I'm almost positive there's a fourth, but if not for quadruple fisting, it was definitely triple fisting. And I was like really impressive. And I was like, man, this guy comes to play. He does not fuck around. This is awesome. So
yeah, I had, I followed up one beer with another. So it wasn't 4 beverages simultaneously, but I switched up the beers when the first one ran out.
There you go.
I'm only double fisting it right now. Just rum and beer.
I've got I've got two going right now. But I'm gonna go grab a beer during a break, so that I'm gonna join you guys on something here. But the if Matt couldn't be available, I was, in the spirit of triple fisting, I was gonna have Randy get Griggs try to sub in from you know
He'd be a good choice too.
for sure. But let's get to tonight's major point. We've teased it enough here tonight, so without further ado, we'll go ahead and introduce tonight's major point, which is always sponsored by Barbacoa Cigar Company. Barbacoa is back. The voyage has now launched. I personally couldn't wait for the cigar to come back. It's been over 3 years, but now with a revamped blend coming from one of the hottest factories in the industry, Danny Vasquez promises if you like the original blend, you're absolutely going to love the relaunch. It all started just last week, April 10th. At Sun Cigars. You can still order them at suncigars.com. Stay tuned for more details on how you can enjoy the voyage at other places. And remember, never settle. Barbacoa Cigar Company. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a lot of fun tonight, as I mentioned, and we've already kind of kicked off great things with celebratory cigars. I want to continue this line of dialogue as we kind of talk about but the major point tonight is pairings. So we're going to go through tonight's, our favorite pairings, what we feel pairs best with the cigar. It's going to be very general. It can be very specific. It's up to the discretion of the guest or myself picking, but this is just meant to be a lively discussion point. And so I'm interested to hear also, I want to also get the audience involved with this too. So what are some of your favorite pairings? We're going to kick off with the first topic with, we're going to go with an oldie but a goodie, because this is where I think all of us, Matt just already started with, and I poured one as well. So we're going to go with favorite spirit. Now, this is a stereotypical pairing, right? Everyone talks about scotch and cigars, whiskey and cigars. Matt is got something tonight that he's going to talk about. I want to steal your thunder, Matt, but spirits seem to be, I would say, overwhelmingly the number one pairing with cigars. Gentlemen, agree or disagree?
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Coffee could irk out first place, but eke out. But I would say spirits still.
Spirits. So for the purpose of the audience and everything. So what I define as a spirit is anything that's like not wine, not beer. So your whiskeys, your vodkas, your gins, your tequilas, your rums, etc. Right, etc. Is there a better way to describe what a spirit is? Like, is there a definition? I'm sure there is if I actually looked it up.
I would say
distilled alcohol.
Yeah,
distilled alcohol.
Distilled alcohol
From some combination of grain, perhaps, or starch.
Typically.
Yeah, typically, or fruit, right? So. All right. So, Matt, I'm going to come back to you because consider you kind of kicked us off tonight. You took a sip of your pairing and you were like, I need to light the cigar up. And so talk to us a little bit about your pairing that you've got going on, and then what because it might be the same, it might be different. What is your favorite spirit to pair with a cigar?
Well, yeah, I've got a glass of rum here, and I'll hold up the bottle. Florida Caña 12-year. And I started with this because that is my favorite spirit to pair with cigars. I love rum, I love scotch, I love bourbon, but if I was forced to choose one brown spirit, one brown liquor to only be able to have that for the rest of my life, it would be rum. And it's for a few different reasons. I think first and foremost, it pairs beautifully with most cigars. And there are so many different varieties of rum. There's different countries of origin. There's different methods of distillation. There's different methods of cask finishing, and just it's endless, the possibilities. And honestly, that's true with most spirits. But the flavors and the textures that you get from rum, in my experience, go so well with cigars that it's there's history behind it too. I think, people sometimes when people talk about wine, they say if it grows together, it goes together. And I think, you know, the fact that rum really does come from Cuba, and rum really comes from those deep old origins of fine tobacco from the days back in Cuba 150, 200, 250 years ago, that it just seems like a match that was made organically and only got better over centuries.
And I think it, to your point, I think every tobacco growing country also has pretty serious rum exportation.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, Nicaragua. I mean, this Florida Caña is Nicaraguan rum, and there's great
tons
rums,
of Dominican.
tons of Dominican rums, and there's rums from, obviously there's great rums coming from Cuba. There's great rums coming from
Costa Rica,
just about anywhere in the Caribbean basin. There's from Peru. There's even some rums that are coming from small market, up and coming distilleries that, are surprisingly enough are making waves.
I was just going to ask, just because it bears on the subject, that from a conversation I had earlier this week on Cigar Coop Primetime Special Edition, which we had Klaus Kellner representing the Dominican and George Rico representing Honduras, and we were supposed to have a third representative representing Nicaragua. They unfortunately couldn't make it, but Juan Martinez unfortunately wasn't able to make it for some very, very valid reasons. But Honduran rum, have we heard of it? Have we seen it? I haven't. Not, obviously, personally, I wouldn't be asking the question if I had.
I haven't seen it. I could not imagine that there's not Honduran rum out there.
Yeah, I also, it doesn't ring a bell, but yeah, I agree. There has to be some. I mean, there's probably places in Alabama making rum, so there's got to be places in Honduras making rum.
I guess serious ones, right? Serious ones.
Yeah.
I imagine so, and I know we're going to get on this topic probably in another section, but coffee is also very prominent in these countries too. I mean, think about
absolutely.
Costa Rican coffee, Nicaraguan coffee, Honduran coffee, Dominican coffee. And I don't want to set any spoilers for a future segment here, but yeah, rum is one of those things. I also have some thoughts on rum I want to share in a different section too, but rum seems to be also a very favorite pairing for a lot of industry folks too. Like Rafael Nadal is a big rum guy. And I know there's a few others, but he's the one that first came top of mind when you were talking about, when you had mentioned that you were drinking some rum tonight, Matt.
Yeah, I think it possibly, I mean, I don't really know, but a lot of these people who are, come from long family lines in premium tobacco, in the premium cigar world, a lot of them have heritages that go back to Cuba, and they've spent most of their life either in Cuba, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica. They've spent and rum is plentiful and and there's a wide variety of it, and it's inexpensive in those countries. And I think their parents grew up drinking it, their grandparents and their brothers and sisters and everybody. When you came of age, that's just what you drink. You drink rum. And I think that could be a big reason why. And then the people who come to surround them and get to know them, who are maybe first generation people in premium cigars, they get offered some, and they over time build a palate for it. And I just think it works perfectly. But I also think there are a lot of other spirits that work phenomenally well with cigars, but rum, if I had to choose, absolutely number one.
I also have a comment about your desert island spirit being rum. I drink a lot of whiskey, but I think rum would be my desert island, because rum, not only, like, even the best sipping rum is serviceable in like a cocktail. Like, you could mix it with some coconut water or coconut milk, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And it's something, I don't know what it is, but it's something about like that inherent sweetness of rum that
Mhm.
makes it work really well. And like, you know, there's in Nicaragua one time, we got a bottle of Florida Caña 25 at a bar.
Mhm.
They
Jesus.
served it with 2 bottles of Coca-Cola because that's how people drink it there.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think that's kind of commendable. You'd get laughed out of Scotland if you
Yeah.
asked for a Coke to go with any kind of scotch.
They'd be wondering like, oh, you want to break the glass bottle of Coca-Cola to stab the prick at the next booth? Like that's what they.
Yeah. Exactly.
Surely not with your whiskey. No.
All right. So for what I'm drinking right now, though, and just kind of my go-to pairing, like I said, rum would definitely be my desert island because it's just so versatile. But for
I just
everyday
want to
use,
commend Tripp for just 2 seconds about his amazing host duties because he didn't even wait for my asking the question. He just assumed it. It was beautiful.
I
Just
mean, I knew it
beautiful.
was coming. I knew
Yeah.
it was coming. We got a
Yeah.
little rapport going, you know?
Credit where credit is due, my friend.
Thank you. Thank
No
you.
insult here. Trust me.
So my drink of choice this evening is Elijah Craig's Small Batch, which is and has been for like 12-ish years, something like that, my go-to bourbon
Mm.
because it's available and it's reasonably priced. Like I think the price now is like 35 or 40 bucks a bottle. And it is just fantastic. And this is coincidentally the whiskey that reminds me most of something like Florida Caña because it has more of those like very sweet, very like brown sugary kind of flavors compared to most bourbons that are a little more like vanilla caramel forward.
Mhm.
This one really reminds me more of brown sugar, but I find it goes really well with just about any cigar, particularly Connecticut broadleaf like I've got tonight.
Awesome. So what is it about? Okay, because bourbon is obviously, I think, and then I can't remember who I was talking to this about, but bourbon has definitely, I would say, taken over
Oh
the
yeah,
pairings world.
Yeah.
in short order.
Yeah, and and bourbon has become, and even the definition of bourbon is now even kind of expanded in recent years because I mean, at one point, you could only say bourbon if it was distilled in Kentucky and the ingredients were correct and everything like that. That is now expanded, just like Scotch, right? I mean, there's Scotch being made in Japan. It's no longer in Scotland.
We
So
could have a very interesting discussion about that.
Yeah,
I could take up the rest of the show talking about exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
And this goes back to nerd shit once again. I'm not gonna even go down that rabbit hole unless you request it.
okay, try to brief this out. So are you saying, are you in the camp that it's not Scotch and it's not bourbon, or it is? What
No,
side of the argument are you on?
it's just a very interesting distinction. So Scotch can only be made in Scotland, but because of the massive influence of the Scotch industry on Japanese whiskey, I think it was 2015, maybe a little bit earlier than that, Scotland, like I can't remember what they have, like, a national commerce of Scotch kind of organization that oversees the rules. They agreed to make a provision that Japanese made whiskeys that are made to all of the other specifications of Scotch, like being 100% barley and stuff like that, can be called Scotch technically. They like, Japan has a
Hall pass?
hall pass. There's another word that I'm trying to think of that I can't come up with. They're honorary members of the Scotch Society.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. But also interesting is that Japanese whiskey, for years, a lot of it is actually Scotch, because rather than making it all in Japan, sometimes for some companies, especially larger ones, it's cheaper to just import barrels from Scotland. And just like a month and a half ago, there was a ruling in Japan that they're no longer allowed to do that. It has to be distilled in Japan, or at least I think the minimum is like aged a certain amount of time in Japan, but it might be distilled in Japan. for it to be called Japanese whiskey. So soon we're going to be seeing a big shift in Japanese whiskey culture, since they can't just buy Scotch and label it Japanese whiskey anymore.
Nice.
Sorry.
I like that actually. I think that's good.
It's great news.
Countries should be. I think countries should because I think it's a good thing for the industry as a whole, for the spirits industry, and I think it's a good thing for consumers to know this is a Japanese whiskey. This is, and because when you hear Japanese whiskey, I expect that it was distilled and aged and bottled in Japan, not made in Scotland. It may be great Scotch, but I if I'm buying a bottle that says Japanese whiskey on it, I would prefer that it was distilled and aged and bottled in Japan.
Yeah, and I think that a huge part of that is that it kind of preserves the name of Japanese whiskey. Like if they let it, it's one of those things where like if you let it just roll down the hill, eventually all Japanese whiskey is just gonna be bad Scotch that wasn't good enough to go in a Scottish bottle.
One of the things that I think is interesting, like, so Texas has become a recent thing about becoming on the map as far, and a lot of other states too. Like we talked about this in previous show, Tripp, where we actually were talking about the number of distilleries per state, and Texas is up there. And obviously, well, for a number of reasons, being the sheer size of us. But I mean, there's some small states on that list that have a huge number of distilleries too. But one of the things about, and I have to give most Texas distillers about this when they were first starting out, because they're still relatively young in the game, is they were distilling here in Texas, but they were aging because they're still figuring out how to age properly in Texas, because it's obviously,
as we've discussed, it's a different animal.
It is, yeah. So Matt, I don't know if you caught that last one, and for my audience that had missed it. So one of my favorite Texas whiskeys is Garrison Brothers, and it's become wildly popular outside the state, and it's really good. And they make some, and it's also seasonal. So they do a spring and a winter version, and and it's even the same year, it's night and day. It's crazy. But they did their very first batch years ago. And they had an aging barn and everything. So they had gotten barrels from a renowned cooperage that one of the big time distillers in Kentucky had recommended. And they had all these barrels of whiskey just aging in this barn. And one day they come up to the distillery, they roll up, there's no more barn. And they're driving, as the story goes, it was told by our tour guide, that they were rolling up the road and there's no barn, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, a barn doesn't pick up and walk away. Like, what's going on? So they finally get there, and there's nothing but just wood.
So when you say no barn, you don't mean like a fire, like it was a burning pile of rubble. You mean the actual barn disappeared.
It was leveled because all the barrels had exploded.
Oh.
All the barrels had exploded because the Texas heat, which is notorious, and a different type of heat, because obviously there's heat in Kentucky, but it's a different type of humidity, and where
it's
Garrison
not a dry heat.
It's not a dry heat.
It's not dry. Where
in Texas, it's a dry heat.
Where high Texas is, it's just outside of Austin, is the what we call the hill country here in Texas. And it's not in the eastern part of the state where I am, where it gets a little more humid. And or Houston, it's not anywhere like that either. And it's not like where West Texas, where I'm from, in El Paso, where that is a dry heat. It's just a different weather type. And yeah, all the barrels exploded. There's nothing left. And so long story short, they started buying double barrels that were twice as thick.
Double wall.
Yeah. And what this did was this actually sped up the aging process. So you were able to get it, the color, the flavor, the intensity of an 8-year-old bourbon in 4-year-old bourbon.
Wow.
Because
this is without them adding caramel color or anything.
Yeah.
It's just the color comes straight from the barrel.
Straight from the double barrel. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So real interesting stuff there. But that's how that was born. But anyway, to what that was a really long tangent to say, like, that's what I really loved about at least my favorite Texas distillers, is they were very honest and transparent about it, that they were distilling in Texas, but they were actually aging them in Kentucky while they were trying to figure this out. Which is commendable, because we all know in the industries that we all love, shit's getting stolen left and right, and
Yeah.
taking credit where credit's not due, and it's, that to have that kind of transparency with your consumer base is, is pretty, I think it's pretty awesome, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So I went a little different tonight. I actually selected a pairing, but it's not my favorite spirit, believe it or not. So I am actually, much difficulty. I was trying to crack this bottle open, as you guys know, before the show, and this is Woodinville straight bourbon whiskey, pot distilled, a 90 proof whiskey, from close to Tripp's neck of the woods. It's Washington State is where it's from.
Yeah. What part of Washington is that? Do you know?
Goodness. I didn't do that.
It might just be Woodinville, Washington.
It is Woodinville, Washington. Okay. Woodinville, Washington. Yes. So Central Washington is where it says. So, but this was gifted to me in the famed holiday bourbon exchange that you both were invited to. I think Matt partook, where we were. It's kind of like, as Ben Lee put it, it was like the book exchange of the internet. We, you send one bottle and you're expected to get more back, and I actually did. I got 8 bottles in return for my one, so that was pretty good haul. This was one of them. So, but it's actually really good. I didn't know how it was going to pair. I didn't pour too much of it because if I didn't like it, I didn't want to continue to drink it. But I'm enjoying it. It might just be a mind thing, because I know Washington's known for it, but it does have an aroma, a tart aroma similar to like an apple.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say wine, because I know Woodinville rang a bell immediately when you said it, and I couldn't remember where. And it's that somebody I met who lived there was telling me about how it's like, that's wine country.
Okay.
For the Seattle area.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I get this really nice apple aroma. It's got this real like very faint woody finish, like that oakiness that's really faint. And then right on the finish too is just a touch of vanilla is what I'm getting. So it's actually quite enjoyable. I'm really kind of digging it. It is a little hot for 90 proof. It kind of caught me off guard. If someone had just poured this for me, I'd be like, whoa, that's probably in the 100 plus proof range. And no, it's only 90. But I am enjoying it considerably. And I think it's going well with this A, which I totally messed up earlier. It's not broadleaf, by the way, gentlemen. Totally messed that up. But it is
stock cut Habano.
Stock cut Habano. Yes. Like the T52. So, but regardless, my aging trick seems to do well with it. It's burning quite well, smoking quite well, and I am enjoying it thus far. So a lot more to go here on it. So I'll keep on puffing. But before I get to that, though, my favorite spirit, though, this is gonna make me sound like such a snob, but it's cognac.
Oh,
okay.
Got to get that pinky out.
Yeah,
pinky's out.
Yeah, so not brandy, but cognac, and I actually have yes, I shit you not, an Eiffel Tower bottle of cognac.
Wow.
That my sister brought me back from Paris, but it's Cavassier XO. Believe it or not, I didn't think Cavassier would do something so gimmicky with the Eiffel Tower bottle, but
it's
kind of a surprise.
Got to get that tourist money.
Yeah, but they, this. I guess they saw a sucker in me, through my sister, because I asked for my sister for a bottle of cognac, and that's what she brought me.
Oh, please. I'd buy one of those. I would.
Yeah, me too.
just for the fun of it,
But I really like, so the difference. So we were talking about fruit, and fruit is typically what brandy is made of. There's different types of brandies. There's peach brandies. There's, and, brandy as a general rule is from grapes, and cognac, of course, is from champagne grapes from France, which makes it the snobbiest of all brandies. But cognac is a brandy, for all intents and purposes. It is. It just not for all intents. It actually is a brandy. It's just a specific type of brandy. And much like our discussion on Scotch, cognac is only cognac if it's made with in cognac and made with champagne grapes. So you could make a
really? I
brandy.
didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can make a brandy in cognac, but if you're not using champagne grapes, it's not cognac.
So what that means, if I'm not wrong, is that it can only be made in a certain region, but the grapes have to be from a different region.
That's correct.
A different specific region.
Correct.
Very interesting.
Yes.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
I knew it had to be made in cognac. I didn't know the part about champagne.
So they import grapes and make it in a region, and I dig it, man. I really do. There's something about it. I don't know where I got the itch to try cognac. I have no idea where. I mean, I remember my origin with cigars. I was 10, 11, 12 years old, and I just suddenly started getting, I was a straight edge kid all through high school, middle school, everything, even college. I didn't really even drink till I was 21. But I wanted to smoke a cigar from a very young age. And I was like, I couldn't wait till my 18th birthday. And thank God I grew up in the era that I did, because I'd have to wait till I was 21 now. And damn, that would just suck.
And if you're in New Zealand, maybe never.
Yeah.
Or in Hawaii, age 100 or whatever.
They'll make the drinking and smoking age 100.
So, but cognac, I'm interested to hear from you guys. Have you guys had any cognacs, tried cognacs with cigars, tried cognac by itself? Any thoughts?
My cognac experience is I've had Hennessy once or twice and was not a fan. That's my only real experience. A few years ago, a cigar manufacturer sent out packages that included a orange flavored cognac. It was like a true cognac, but then cut with some kind of orange juice or orange liqueur into a liqueur that I was also not a big fan of because it was extremely sweet. Those are my only two experiences. I've never gotten on the cognac train even a little bit.
And I have zero experience with cognac and brandy. I have had brandy before, but I hesitate to even call it brandy because this was back in my college days in Wisconsin, and it came out of a bottle that was flexible plastic.
I was gonna say plastic, right?
And it was there. There was it was awful, and it was usually mixed with 7-Up and sour mix, and just there for the purposes of getting blitzed, not for any type of flavor or enjoyment.
Wait, 7-Up, sour mix, and some god awful fruit brandy.
Yeah, or just cheap. I don't know if you guys have it where you are, but there's a Phillips brand, which is notorious for the plastic bottles. It's all over the place in Minnesota and Wisconsin. You'll find it on the bottom shelf of all fine liquor establishments.
That sounds very similar. Here we have Hood River Distillers that does the same thing.
Yeah,
I was just thinking of Boone's Farm, which
no, Boone's Farm is Kool-Aid for people who are old enough to drink. Phillips around here, you'll look on the bottom shelf of any liquor store, and they've got everything. They've got something that's called vodka, and something that's called gin, and something that's called brandy, and something that's called whiskey, and they pretty much all taste the same, which is awful. They
varying amounts of sugar,
with varying amounts of sugar and artificial colors and things like that, and that's all over the place around here.
I already thought about another show that we could do, gentlemen.
Don't say it.
Don't say brandy. The bottom shelf episode.
Bottom shelf episode.
Bottom shelf episode. Or we could call it. We could actually class it up and call it guilty pleasure episode. Find something that we actually find and we actually enjoy, and not experiment with something god awful.
That might be a lot of research, though.
Yeah, we might actually have a lot of fun.
I won't give it away, but there is one, and I'm not really big on Canadian whiskey. There are some that I think are okay, but there is one brand of Canadian whiskey that is,
Crown Royal.
I wouldn't say it's bottom shelf,
Oh, definitely
but
not. Never mind.
it's near bottom shelf, and it's actually not too bad. I'll just say it's Black Velvet.
Yeah,
And
I was just about to say.
So, and again, let me qualify this with, I do not recommend you just pouring, 2 fingers of this and sitting down with a $30 cigar, but it is actually pretty okay for a bottle where you can buy a fifth of it for $7.99, $8.99, something like that.
Where your entire bottle costs less than your cigar.
Yes. Yeah. So
That's a ringing endorsement. No, Black Velvet's what my dad grew. I grew up watching my dad drink Black Velvet and Canadian Mist.
Oh, Canadian Mist. Yeah, that was common around my house when I was growing up.
Me too.
Canadian Mist, Black Velvet, some lemonade or 7-Up.
Lemonade it's good. It's very good with lemonade. That's when it's 100 degrees out. I love to make cocktails with lemonade.
So so my brother and I got on this a few years ago because we always do. We take in the Derby together, and we were, we'd done the mint julep thing and everything, and he's not particularly fond of mint, although he'll drink the julep. But we started doing BLTs, bourbon, lemon, and tonic, and that
I got to try that.
yeah,
me too.
it's pretty damn good. So we would still oh God, I just lost it. The device with the julep to grind the leaves into the ice.
The muddler.
The muddler. So I would use a muddler to actually get the oils out of the lemon in the bottom of the glass with the ice. And it just brought out this, I mean, before you even poured anything else into it, this glorious aroma of just beautiful lemons, and not like pine sol lemon, but just really nice, refreshing lemon, just kind of hit, just hit your nose. And then when you poured some, we used Bullet that day, which I'm a big fan of. That's a pretty low-key bourbon. Yeah, solid bourbon. But and some tonic, and it was, oh man, they were fucking delicious.
I like that. BLTs. I got to remember that.
Me too.
Yeah. I think that, speaking of like solid bourbons and stuff, we've talked about this before, Tripp, you and I, but what's your solid bourbon? Like, what's your, like, hey, I think I know the answer to this, but, and if you want, I'll predict it and then you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. But
well, you mean just for the inexpensive bottle that's good for that actually tastes good sipping, but is also good mixed in cocktails?
Yeah, the Old Faithful, never let you down.
We'll call it the barbecue bottle.
I bet you
that if you have a bunch of people coming over,
you
need a bourbon.
Yeah. Bear, I bet you know what it is. What do you think it is?
Henry McKenna?
Although I love that a lot, where here in Minnesota, it's very difficult to get difficult to get a variety of bourbons. So I really can't get that very often. So my actual go-to is Old Forester 100.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just great every day. It always is smooth. It's got a nice sweetness to it. The aroma is good. And if it's like I said, if you want to have a cocktail instead and mix things up, it mixes really well. And it's around here. I mean, we're talking $19 a bottle. So it's of great value too.
Yeah, I like Old Forester. That's really good.
But if I'm going more, if we're going more top shelf, then I got to go with Four Roses single barrel.
Single barrel's great stuff.
Because it's the complexity on Four Roses single barrel to me is insane. There's so much going on in the glass.
It's outstanding. It's incredibly complex.
Yeah.
And it's not outrageous either. What is it? Like single barrel is like 40?
45. Up here, everything's a little more, but yeah, for like 45.
Yeah. The thing that so going back to cognac, my choice of spirit, I'm a big Remy Martin guy. That's my cognac of choice. But I do like everything. One day I'm hoping to drink Louis the 13th uh, with I don't care, with just somebody, just and enjoying a really good cigar with it.
Well, you got to
Um,
smoke a Louis the 13th cigar.
no, we're not doing that.
I had
No,
to say it, brother.
no,
I had to
man,
say it.
no, it's no, yeah, I'm good. I'll I mean, Louis the 13th cigar. I mean, like, why, that'd be like having a peanut butter and peanut butter sandwich, man. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Exactly where I'm going to leave it. So, all right. So moving on to the next pairing here. So we're talking about, favorite. So the next one is beers. So I feel like beer has become this kind of what I call up and comer. And I want to give Tripp and you and Dennis and your predecessors there at Cigar Federation a lot of credit here, because I feel like you guys have really brought the beer game in terms of pairing up a notch when it comes to in the premium cigar world. I think you've kind of brought it to the spotlight a little bit. So I want to give you a lot of credit there. So I want to kick things off with you, Tripp. Favorite beer and your relationship with beer and cigars as in general.
First off, thank you for the compliment. That means a lot. So let's see. I feel like I might as well kick it off with what I'm drinking tonight, which is, as far as beer, which is Stacks of Coconut from Great Notion, the great haze crazers of the Northwest. They kind of single-handedly brought the haze craze to the Pacific Northwest. And
They're the ones to thank. Oh,
yeah, but their whole thing is just absolutely, completely no let up, over the top beer. So this is a imperial stout. It's a take on their double stack, which is an imperial stout with maple syrup and coffee, which is intended to taste like your grandpa's pancake breakfast with a cup of dark diner coffee. And this one just has some toasted coconut added. It's delicious.
Nice.
What to even say? There's beer, to me, is, because there's so many styles of beer, it's so versatile when it comes to pairing with cigars, because it can absolutely be a contrasting pairing. It can be a complementary pairing if you're talking about like barrel aged stouts and stuff like that has really a ton of those flavors that you get in cigars. But then you can have things like sours, and like I've had a meld of the two, which was Rolf Kaufner down in Fort Lauderdale, aged
love his
some
beer.
imperial. He makes amazing beer. He's just he's the nerdiest beer nerd that I've ever met. But he decided to do an experiment with Espinosa for the Laranja to age some tobacco in a stout. And because he's a maniac, he didn't want to sanitize the tobacco first, because he thought any kind of bacteria and stuff like that, all those oils, are really going to get into the beer. And you ended up with like this bizarre sweet, stout, sour combination that could absolutely knock your socks off with nicotine.
Oh,
It was
Yeah.
it was an insane experiment. But there's just so much there's just so much range for pairing with cigars. But we're talking favorites, right?
Yeah, just a note on Rolf. So yeah, I had that beer at Lazona Palooza a couple years ago, and not because it wasn't good, it really was. But yeah, the strength of it.
It packs a punch.
Oh my God, it was nuts. I drank a half a pint, and that was enough for me. I went back to drinking his Pilsner, which is lights out good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard. I think it's really hard to create a Pilsner. I know that sounds weird, but I think it takes a very skilled brewer to make a really good Pilsner. And Ralph is that guy, because that Pilsner was fucking amazing.
I mean, I feel like it's a lot like a cigar like Atabey, where not to be talking about your sponsors, because they're not sponsoring me. I don't get anything from this. But it's a lot like Atabey, where the level of complexity at that level of strength is that if there's any missteps, you notice it.
Yeah, that's a
Like,
good point.
there's so much nuance to it that if there's any off flavors, they're glaring. But Roth's Pilsner, man, one of the best. I think his was a German Pilsner that I
Yeah,
had.
German
One of
Pilsner.
the best Pilsners I've ever had in my life.
It's so good. And
Especially Dennis and I did a show from the old brewery, his original brewery. He's
Nice.
since moved to a new one. We got to drink Pilsner out of the bright tank. Oh my God. It was crazy.
That's awesome.
I love that.
And to your point, Tripp, of why like it's so difficult and so many people don't do Pilsner because you can taste when it's off, is why so many people make IPAs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is because you can hide mistakes really easily.
Even with something like an IPL, a lot of times those, I'm not saying all of them do, because some people set out to make a great lager that's got hops. But if you make a lager or a Pilsner and the flavors are off, if you dry hop it a whole bunch, you're not going to taste those off flavors anymore.
Yeah. That's a good point. And the to jump on that, I went through a period of about 3 years where I stopped drinking IPAs altogether because, and it was maybe about 5 years ago, I think it was, because it seemed like there was
talking about the arms race.
Yeah, it was it was like this unwritten, unspoken competition of all these breweries trying to make the most disgusting, funkiest beer that smelled like and tasted like BO.
You're not talking about aren't you talking about Gozes at this point?
No,
come on.
But they just got out of control, and every time I would try a new IPA, it tasted like I scraped a piece of old gum off the bottom of a subway seat. And I was just done with it for a while. And about 2 years ago, I gradually started reaching out again and trying some IPAs through some stuff that I saw from Tripp and Dennis and some stuff that I saw online. Try this one. And I think there are some companies that got away from that trend. And I appreciate that a lot, because there are some very flavorful IPAs that have that brightness that you want, but they've also got a little complexity behind it, and the hoppiness is just enough where you get that balance of bitterness and sourness and sweetness and all the other things that you want to get, instead of just getting nothing but bitter. It was just too much bitter for so many years, where everybody was just trying to kill you. And I appreciate what companies are doing now.
And that's part of where like the haze craze came from.
Yes.
Is a hazy IPA. It's easy to hate hazy IPAs because they're trendy. But the reason that they exist is because of people like Matt, who are just completely over that like super piney, the alpha acid, which is like that's the component that gives you that super bitter taste, where you take a sip and 5 minutes later you still have like that almost numbing of the palate. And people were tired of that, so that's where the haze craze came from. And I feel like it's starting to reach a good balance, where it's like there's so many beers now that are widely available and offer the bitterness, like that sharp bitterness of an IPA, but then follow it up with like rounding it out with sweetness and sourness, and just like that maltiness. And I feel like IPAs are in a better spot than they were 5 years ago.
Yeah.
What you got there, Matt? Yeah.
This is I'm not drinking this right now, but this is one that I've always enjoyed, the Voodoo Ranger from New Belgium. It's one that was pretty much ever since it came out, it was one of those nicely balanced IPAs that wasn't trying to hurt you. What I'm drinking right now is from a brewery that's literally right down the road. And it's in a little town called Chisago City, which is down the road from me, Uncommon Loon Brewery. and this is the 2020. They're barrel aged. It's called Raven's Cry.
Jesus.
Barrel aged stout, 12.5 ABV. Extremely powerful, but it's got the thing I like about some barrel aged stouts that I dislike about some others. The ones that are really boozy, I don't tend to like so much. The ones that are really
where you feel like they put a shot of bourbon
Yes.
into every bottle.
Right.
Yeah, totally. And when they've got that overly boozy nature to them, I don't tend to like them as much. But this one it's that roasty campfire molasses cookie kind of thing. It's plus it definitely being 12.5, it definitely does have that alcohol twinge on the back end, but it's got a super long finish, and yet it's not so hot that it kills the flavor of even a nuanced cigar like this Atabey. It's not killing the flavor of the cigar.
That's great. That's what I was just about to ask, man. Like that, it's not overpowering your cigar at all.
No, because one of the great things about nuanced cigars like this is I get most of it through the nose.
Mm-hmm.
So the flavor of the beer doesn't really hurt things too much, because when the cigar is nuanced enough where you can retrohale it a lot, where it's not so peppery that you can't retrohale it very often, then you don't have to worry about that, and you can still get the balance of the flavors from the beer, the balance of the flavors from the cigar, and it works well together. If this was too boozy, like if this was Bourbon County, I don't think I'd be smoking an Atabey with it, because I think
Absolutely.
the Atabey would just get killed by it.
But to the Atabey's credit, like we've done Atabey a few times on our show, and I remember the first time, and we were blown away with how well it paired with stuff that should really overpower them.
Yeah.
But they have like this crispness, and like Matt's talking about, that retrohale. There's just so much flavor on that retrohale that it kind of makes up for any flavors on the palate that are covered by the pairing.
I want to go back to Matt's cigar for a second. I just want to recap on favorite beers. So what's your pick, Tripp, the favorite beer to pair with a cigar?
I chose this beer because I didn't have any and couldn't get my hands on any. Oscar Blues Death by Coconut. I feel like that that beer just goes so well with just about any cigar you can throw at it, with the amount of balance that it has. And it has like this light sweetness. It's not like, when you think about a coconut beer, you usually think about like pina colada kind of coconut. And it's really more of like a roasty coconut that adds to that like roastiness of the stout, or might be a porter, either way. It adds that like that charred quality that you get, and those kind of meaty flavors. And I find it just works well with just about any cigar.
And Matt, your favorite beer to pair with a cigar?
Oh boy. That's really tough.
Yeah.
I'll say one that stands out a lot that I have paired quite a bit because it's partially because of its name, and partially because it's got characteristics that really go well with cigars. It's from Evil Twin Brewing. It's called Ashtray Heart. And it's if I remember right, I'm probably going to get this wrong, but if I remember right, it's an imperial stout. I know it's like midnight dark. I believe it's an imperial stout. I believe it's high ABV, somewhere in the 11 range, but it has very definitive smoky characteristics to it. And it's got an extremely rich mouthfeel, it's very dense, and it coats the tongue, and it goes really well. And honestly, that is one that I wouldn't pair with all cigars, but with a really rich cigar, like something with broadleaf and a good amount of Ligero in it, that pairing. And it Ashtray Heart isn't something that I think is out very often. I don't know if it's seasonal or if it's just an occasional release, but if you can find it, I recommend trying that with a really rich cigar like a broadleaf or something like that.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for that. That sounds delicious.
It's really good.
Right up my alley.
Before I select my pick, I just want to go back to, you know, just the work that you and Dennis do on your show, Trip, with beer in particular, and what y'all have brought to the table with our blind pairing shows. Is that's something that really I love about Dennis is, like, that guy will try anything.
Yeah.
and he will, but and remarkably so, like, he'll take that crazy ass beer and he'll pair it with a cigar, and it works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the one
last week he had some kind of tomato hazy IPA, I think it was.
Oh Jesus.
It sounded absolutely bizarre. The kind of thing that I probably would not give a shot. But he
Drinking
tried
a pizza.
and ended up being his pairing of the night.
Tomato hazy IPA.
I think it might have actually also had basil, but that might have.
So it's like drinking a pizza, man.
Yeah, I might be thinking of a beer that we had a while ago that was just insane.
That's nuts. Oh God. I had pizza tonight.
I kind of want to try that. I kind of want to try that.
I kind of don't.
It sounds intriguing. I mean, it sounds really weird, but I kind of want to try it.
Dennis gave us a beer one time, Matt. Shit you not, made with clamshells.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Clamshell beer?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was delicious.
And
it was
all reason.
That too.
Yeah, it was, and it was like, and it worked. It went well with the cigar that he chose, and the beer was good. I think it was the beer that night that I actually crushed. That thing was crushable too.
Yeah.
It was like something like 5%. And I'm just like, okay, like, let's keep this going. Like, it was just crazy. So my favorite beer is very specific. Tripp, you've actually had this beer. And it's the Raw & Sons Brewing Company Iron Thistle Scotch Ale. And I love this beer. I love the way it tastes by itself, but the way it pairs with the cigar is absolutely incredible. It has great malty notes. It has a really nice richness. It's got some wonderful caramel sweetness to it. It's got grain. It's creamy. It coats the palate with a nice, I mean, it can go with a heavier cigar like what I'm smoking tonight. It can go with broadleaf, but it can also contrastly, interesting enough, it goes incredibly well with like Nicaraguan Habano, like a straight pepper bomb, or even a more subtle pepper bomb, peppery cigar. It's fantastic. And it's that beer specifically. That is my favorite beer to pair with a cigar. It is absolutely amazing. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Nice.
And if you guys ever come down to Texas, man, that we're going over to Raw & Sons, and you guys, I love all their beers. I think they were at kind of the head of the curve in terms of the craft boom in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s here in Fort Worth. They were kind of like the first craft brewery really in the area. And they continue just to make really solid stuff. And what I like is that they've gone off the beaten path a couple of times. They literally have a beer that says that's named Adios Pantalones. But other than that,
that was my nickname in college. It was not my nickname in college. I wish it would have been.
Other than that one, they're pretty traditional, and they make some really good beers. They're one of their more popular one is the Ugly Pug, and it's a Schwartz beer, darker than the Iron Thistle. Tripp, you remember the Iron Thistle when you had it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I've actually had Black Pug too. It came up in like my Facebook story or something. Like at some point in history, I saw a picture like 3 days ago of me taking a picture of me drinking that in an airport.
Oh, cool. Well, there you go. Perfect. Perfect. I think, yeah, we'll definitely head over to Raw and Sons because I dig it. The one down here that's getting a lot of critical acclaim is Martin House, which was kind of they were kind of number two, but they're the ones doing they did Buffalo Wangs a couple months back, with beer made with Buffalo Brothers hot sauce. They did the Hot Cheetos beer. Yeah, I mean they're fucking crazy. They made this beer a few summers ago. I think they've done it a couple times since, but one of the not the best chili beer I've had, but one of them is they call it was salsa verde, and they
Ooh.
made it with Hatch chilies, and that was primo. That was Martin House, but Martin House is a little funky for me. They get a little too crazy. Um, unless I'm drinking with Dennis, I try not to. I don't get too crazy in my beer drinking. So, um, but I might have to decline the tomato one. It just sounds weird.
I mean, I'll try anything once. I'll say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm guilty of that too, for sure. All right. So moving on here. How's everyone's cigar smoking? How's everyone's cigar smoking?
So I just noticed as Matt was grabbing his second cigar that I was putting down my first cigar, and it occurred that we both smoked 5x50s, and we must have very similar smoking rates. But I am now smoking a Herrera Esteli Miami from the
Nice.
original 2016 release.
There you go. I was going to say that's not the Black Label Miami, man. That is some
Yeah, this is the OG.
that is
And
some original.
I finished up that Atabay, and so we, the whole thing about celebratory cigars, and Barry, you already said it, that sometimes something that makes a special celebratory cigar is something that's old, a cigar you've had for a long time, that's got a lot of age on it, and because it's not easy to sit on a box of cigars for years, because you want to, especially when they're really good, you just want to smoke them. But if you ever have the chance to age cigars, then it in some weird way, it feels like a sense of accomplishment that you were able to hold back from smoking them. So this is Arturo Fuente Añejo number 60.
Oh, nice.
And the box is from 2011.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
So, and they are smoking so incredibly well still after all these years.
So 2011.
Those to me, like, they have this weird paradox, but both that and the Opus, which is like they have this almost Cuban nature where they're immediately amazing, and then they go through this period where they start to lose flavor and like cool off a little bit over the first couple years, and then like at 5 years they start peaking, and they just get better from there.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Just while I was lighting this, Bear, while you were finishing up that last thought, I was lighting it, and I took that first puff, and literally the whole area right around my face is like somebody just started baking cookies. It's just incredible. And one of the things about these añejos, because when these first ship to the brick and mortar shop and you go and you buy some, they still have that, even though the cigars and the tobaccos are already aged. When they first come off the truck to the brick and mortar shop and you buy one and smoke it, it's got that frontal kind of pepper thing going. And these it still has a little bit of spice to it after 10 years, but it's so mellow and it's so smooth that even the retrohale is smooth and sweet on these when they're this old. And it's seriously just like, it's like cookies. It's just incredible.
That wrapper leaf on that cigar is 15 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a 5-year age Maduro wrapper when it hits your shelf.
Yeah. And it's just a testament to, the quality from Fuente, but also just the tobacco, the way that they treat their tobaccos. I mean, it's brilliant after 10 years in the humidor.
So I completely agree with you, Tripp, because I'm a big, as my audience knows, I'm a huge aging nerd. I age a lot of cigars. I've got, it's probably the only thing I really nerd out on, like to a really extensive, almost obsessive level. I have spreadsheets that tell me like how many cigars I've got of this particular kind and when I plan on smoking them, because I want to try them at certain points in aging. And the anejo is always my Thanksgiving cigar. So on Thanksgiving Day, I will smoke the previous year's anejo. That's my tradition. And every year it's different. I buy two of one particular vitola, and then I smoke one that year, and then I'll smoke another one the following Thanksgiving. And that's been my Thanksgiving tradition for 10 years now.
Wow.
9 years now. So 9 years. And I love it. But I completely agree with you, Tripp. After about 18 months, 2 years, that anejo kind of takes this little bit of a dive. And look, we're talking about when we're talking about the anejo, we're talking about Fuente. Look, at its worst, it's a great cigar. So like
Agreed.
let's paint some perspective on this.
We're speaking relatively here.
Yeah. But at 5 years, and I've had a 10-year aged anejo as well. And that cigar was tremendous. And the amount of flavor that it still had, the complexity, the depth. Because I think that's one of the hardest thing that particularly with darker cigars when you age them, which is kind of on the subject of, like the A that I'm smoking tonight. It's not so much that the flavor has necessarily kind of diminished in the intensity. That's almost kind of goes without saying, but it's the depth of the flavor. When you smoke like a Tatuaje Black Label or just any other Tatuaje, like now, like off the shelf, or any other broadleaf, it's just the flavor is deep. And it's just rich, and it's, the way that it pairs with other tobaccos in the blend, it kind of just gets, not to be over dramatic, it gets in your soul, and it loses that, as a general rule. I've said, I've always said this as a general rule, darker cigars tend to age, poorly or more poor than their lighter shade counterparts. And it just I feel like it's not even the lack of intensity that bothers me, it's the lack of depth in the flavor.
But not all cigars have that characteristic where it comes back around,
right?
Like those do, where it's all of those subtle flavors, like you're talking about the baking spices. Like you do not get that on a fresh añejo.
No,
you get that barrel, that like cognac-y kind of sweetness, and you get all of that spice and those dark, deep, roasty kind of broadleaf flavors. And then later on in its life, you're getting like all of that baking spice and all of those things that were hidden in the background before. It's awesome.
It's funny you said cognac, because I'm going to talk about the spirit later, but I pair my Thanksgiving anejo with a certain spirit every year. But the Shark, which I had 2 years ago, the Shark anejo had this beautiful cognac, sweetness to it. This grape sounds terrible when you think about it just by putting it by itself, but the way it melded with the other flavors of the cigar was just beautiful. But it had this glorious sweetness that was just very unique. You don't really get that. You don't get that brandy, that cognac sweetness off of cigars too often, unless, I feel like sometimes you get it with young tobacco and it doesn't taste very good. But this was very good in the way that it aged. So I think this thing about celebratory cigars that I've learned a lot. This is the reason I chose this topic for tonight, was because it was a lesson I learned in 2020. Was, I was I'm still aging all these cigars and everything, but there were certain cigars like this A, for example, that I was saving, and I've heard the story about, from Drew Estate and people at Drew Estate all the time saying, hey, that they're meant to be smoked now, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to save it for a special occasion. Well, what's that special occasion? And I pulled it out tonight specifically because I was like, this is special. this, I'm getting together with you guys. I'm sharing it with my audience. And, I am going to be sitting in back and relaxing and enjoying it. I certainly put effort into tonight's show and everything. It's, this tonight's conversation isn't as intense as some of my other shows. And so, I wanted to enjoy this. And so I thought this was a perfect cigar to celebrate my 164th take and enjoy it with the two of the people that I like the most in the cigar world. So and it's smoking great. It has not let me down. I'm really pleased that I was wrong, and then I ultimately apparently was right, because it is very good. So I'm really enjoying it. Did you guys find that you started smoking a little bit more rare or a little bit more cigars that you're holding back in 2020?
I have always been a big believer in like a celebratory cigar can just be that you're having a good day, or that you're having a bad day, or that something went well at work. Or I've always found like that I don't want to die having some cigar in my humidor that I meant to smoke and never did. So for me, if I feel like the moment's right, I'm just going to smoke that cigar. So 2020 didn't change too much, but I do feel like I smoked a bit more in 2020.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I definitely am smoking more now than I did since before COVID. But I don't know if I ever purchased any cigars specifically saying to myself, I'm going to save this cigar for a special occasion. Now, there have been cigars I purchased specifically knowing I'm going to this friend's party, for his engagement or bachelor party, or, friend's business opening or anniversary or something. I'll buy cigars specifically for that occasion and bring them. But I typically know when I buy either a fiver of cigars or a box of cigars, I'll know if I specifically want to age those cigars for a long period of time, just to see what they do. I, about 2 years ago or so, maybe no longer ago, but instead of just buying a box and smoking 3 or 4 or 5 out of the box and then leaving the rest sit, I would always find that I would never just let them sit, because once the box is cracked open, it's all bets are off.
Oh yeah.
They're getting smoked, especially if they're really good. So I would take to either buying 2 boxes and smoking some now and leaving the rest to sit, or buying a fiver and a box. So I tend now to only age cigars that I am specifically aging for the curiosity of seeing how they smoke differently in a year, and in 5 years, and in 10 years.
So the cigar that I'm probably most excited about aging and seeing what it does is, I think the three of us know him pretty well, is Luciano Meireles. I'm really excited to see what his cigars do over time.
Me too.
Because they smoke incredible now. And I'm really excited to see what they do. Particularly like the one that I'm most excited is the Pichardo Classico, the Sumatran wrap cigar. Man, I think that's just a dynamite smoke. I'm really anxious to see it, because that's chock full of nuance too.
Yeah.
And what he did.
And one that I didn't do a great job aging them, but because I just smoked my last one, but they really did have what I thought was an interesting progression, even over, I'm trying to remember. So you guys tell me the first release, the original release of the HVC 500th anniversary, that was roughly 2 years ago, right? A year and a half.
Yeah, 2 years ago this July. Yeah, 2008 ago this July. 2 years ago.
I just smoked my last one when we had Coop on our show last Monday, and I smoked it while we were on the show, and I just took some mental notes of what I was getting from it, and I went back to my old notes on my phone, and I looked at the notes I put back when I first smoked it, when it first came out, and it really did progress, and it really did smooth out, and it was a very smooth, refined blend to begin with, but it really seemed to progress nicely, and really, just like when you make a, if you make a hot sauce, or you make something where there's a lot of different flavors in there, it's better the next day, or it's better 2 weeks later. It's kind of that same sort of thing. And of course, then I kick myself like, oh, I can't believe I smoked the last one. But again, what am I going to do? Wait another 3 years? Just smoke it now. Coop was on the show. That's a special occasion. So I smoked it while he was on the show, and that cigar really, I thought, progressed nicely over a year and a half, 2 years.
Indeed. So the next pairing that we got up here, now this was mentioned earlier. I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, because I think honestly the three of us are going to have the same pick. But I'm playing the assumption game, which is always a dangerous game to play. But someone brought up this topic earlier. So this one is your favorite non-alcoholic pairing with a cigar. And someone mentioned root beer a few moments ago. Josh Beakley, who he's got the Instagram handle 365 days of Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust. He's going an entire year smoking a Dunbarton cigar each and every day.
Nice.
So I suppose if you want to, smoke, bad cigars every day. No, I'm just kidding. But that's a challenge, man. Right? I mean, smoking, considering, and the 30 people in this room too, considering how different we smoke and how much we smoke and the variety of which we smoke. I mean, smoking one type of cigar, one brand each and every day. I mean, that's a challenge in itself. Even if they're great cigars too. Obviously, I was kidding a second ago, but even though Steve would even disagree with me, right? Well, they're not that bad. They're okay.
They're all right.
They're just cigars. I don't know why people are buying them. Snicker.
Yes.
Yeah. But he mentioned root beer, and I thought, I don't drink soda anymore. But I think that would be. I mean, I remember fondly root beer, and that I feel like that would be good. But Tripp, we'll start with you. What's your favorite non-alcoholic pairing with a cigar? I think you may have mentioned it already, but
well, it's a comment on root beer. Root beer is one of the two before my time, when Robbie and Surgeon were sharing our pairings. Root beer and my other choice were considered the cheater pairings, where it's like if you're gonna pair root beer, you're gonna say it's amazing. Like, doesn't matter what cigar it is, doesn't matter what root beer it is, it's just gonna work. Root beer always pairs well with cigars. Like, I don't know of any cigar that wouldn't pair well with root beer, unless it's, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of infused cigar that's so sweet it ruins the root beer or something. But root beer, it's light enough flavors that it doesn't fight with cigars, but it's interesting enough flavors that it complements the cigars. But my choice, as I kind of assume all of our choices will be, I do have another one for later on that is non-alcoholic, but my choice is coffee. I mean, coffee and cigars just goes together. I have cigars and coffee together at least 4 times a week, probably. It's pretty common for me, and they just pair so wonderfully together.
coffee. Yeah, total standard. Matt, I'll go to you real quick.
Yeah, it's an easy answer, and it's the same answer. It's coffee. And it's another one of those examples of what grows together goes together.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee grows in some of the same places where tobacco grows.
Sometimes in the same fields.
Yeah. And plus coffee is like cigars, like whiskeys, like beers. The possibilities are endless, with combinations of different flavors and textures and aromas. And there are so many different ways to drink coffee. I mean, it's just endless. But It's yeah, every day. I mean, without fail, every day. That's the first thing in the morning is get the kids on the bus and light up a cigar with a cup of black coffee every day without fail.
I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with this. Um, Coffee is my non-alcoholic choice for pairing with a cigar. Um, before I had kids, every Sunday before we went to church, I would always light up a Herrera Esteli Habano. That was always I called that cigar my Sunday morning, and a cup of coffee, and that was it, for me. And then, but you know, on the weekends now, what I'll do is, my youngest is one, and I'll go on a walk with him, and I'll go to the local coffee store and pick up a cup of coffee, and on the way back, I'll have that coffee with a cigar, um, and it's, yeah, it just, you can't beat it. Nick Melillo is actually on record with saying that is his favorite pairing. And so I'll make the first stand of the night, guys. I think coffee is the actual best beverage to pair with a cigar. Period.
Hands down. There's
Yeah, I would
no
agree with that.
other beverage that so closely mimics the flavor of a cigar. Like, you've just got so many similar flavors, but in a way that, like, I guess you can have espresso that overpowers your palate enough that you don't taste your cigar as much. But I don't think I've ever really run into that. Like, Steve Saka turned me on to Dirty Rats and espresso, or later on in his career, Sober Mesa, Short Churchills, and espresso. Like, a
Nice.
good strong cigar goes really well with an espresso. A Connecticut goes really well with a, lighter roast black coffee, or if you are against all reason, milk and coffee mixed together.
Mm.
So I'm a black coffee drinker, and I have been for a number of years now. I think the last time I actually had coffee with, way too much milk and sweetener in it was probably college, just because I didn't know what good coffee was.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming both of y'all are black coffee drinkers as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's one. So yeah, it was like 15 years ago or so that I just stopped putting anything in my coffee and have been happier ever since. The one exception to that was 4 or 5 years ago, my wife and I went on vacation to Dominican Republic. And the place where we were staying, we were the very first morning, we were at the cafe having breakfast, and the gentleman comes by and asks if we would like coffee. And we both turn our cups over, and my wife drinks her coffee with a lot of cream and sugar in it. And he comes by, we turn our cups over, and he pours us some coffee. And he's got in each hand, he's got in the right hand, he's got the pitcher of coffee. In the left hand, he has a pitcher of milk. And he pours my wife's coffee and asks if she would like milk. She says yes. He puts milk in the coffee. He pours my coffee and asks if I would like milk. I said, no, thank you. And he gives me this look. He didn't say anything, but he gives me this look like, you stupid gringo. You have no idea what you're in for. And he leaves, and we're sitting there enjoying our breakfast. And I go to take my first sip of coffee, and it burned the hair off of my beard. It was so strong. And he came back over just a few minutes later, as if to say, you want some milk in that coffee now, buddy? And I said, yes, please. I had no idea how strong this was going to be. And honestly, it was perfect. It was because it took away this kind of harsh bite that the coffee had and just smoothed it out. It was still got all the aromas and all the flavors from it, but it took away that bite. And I learned my lesson. So now, whether it's really strong Cuban coffee or really, really strong Dominican coffee, then I will throw a little bit of just plain milk, no sugar, just a little bit of milk.
You're still coming down from that caffeine high, I guess, 2 years later or whatever.
Yeah, that was that. I learned my lesson that day.
One of the a similar story to me is, so we're Coop and I are at El Titan de Bronze a few years ago, and Sandy Cobas brings in some Cuban coffee, and she's like, "Would you like Cuban coffee?" And we're like, "Of course, yeah, absolutely." And I have this unfortunate side effect. When I don't get coffee right away in the morning, I just start to get this headache that just creeps up the back of my neck.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just fucking terrible. And I was having one of those mornings, and I was like, absolutely, yes. I take my first Cuban coffee, and like
Cortadita.
immediate, just gone. Like the pain, it was like the best painkiller I've ever had in my life. It was beautiful. And I was like, oh, I want more of this. And I think I had 4 that morning. I'm pretty sure I didn't go to sleep the next morning until like 6. Not because we were busy, we certainly were, but I mean, I needed that to to actually get to bed, because it carried me for the entire day. It was crazy. It was unbelievable. But God,
Well, I'm one of those people that, and I know there's an actual name for this. I don't know if you call it a condition or what it is, but there is a population of people that aren't affected by caffeine.
Dude, that's me.
And I could literally drink a triple espresso at midnight and 10 minutes later brush my teeth and go to bed and be asleep 5 seconds after my head hits the pillow.
Yeah, wow. I'm the same way. Like I'm notorious for finishing my coffee and then taking a nap.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and I remember seeing this on one of Alton Brown's cooking shows many years ago. He was talking about this phenomenon that certain people aren't subject to caffeine highs, and I happen to be one of those people.
I have gotten like the jitters before, but it's extremely rare for me. Like I have to have a lot of coffee. Like, those days when you're in the office and somebody makes coffee and you just go fill up your cup, and like 7 or 8 cups without thinking about it. Like, it's just like, oh, it's empty, so I fill it.
Yeah.
Those are the only times that I've really gotten like that caffeine jitter kind of feeling.
I actually only ever got that once, and it was from a Monster energy drink. I had never had any energy drinks before, and this had to have been 15 years ago at least. And I just on a whim, I bought a Monster Energy at a convenience store, and it was on the way to church in the morning. And I get there and I drink the thing, and I felt like my arms weren't attached to my body. Like, seriously, I felt so uncomfortable. Like I had this, everything was moving a million miles an hour, and I've never touched the stuff since. I'll never drink that stuff ever again.
Jay Davis is in the chat. Apparently he does the same thing. He'll drink a cup of coffee and smoke a cigar right before bed. My wife, before she went to bed tonight, she knocked back a bottle of Coke, and yeah, she's asleep, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I can't do that. I'm a no caffeine after 6 guy. It used to be 8, and now I'm getting older, and apparently it's 6. So, but I have a prop here. Coffee is my choice. 100%. 100%.
What's the name of that coffee company? I've never seen that logo before.
You've never seen this logo before? Well,
no, very unfamiliar to me.
Are they local?
Well, it's no Tim Horton, that's for sure.
It's a small craft company.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're going to blow up one of these days, though. They're pretty good. Orlando's in the chat too. Orlando Perez, and he apparently we've just been insulting him this entire time, because he says everyone knows his black coffee, and he's got it in quotations. It's a full cup of creamer and 2 drops of coffee.
That's my daughter drinks coffee that way. Yeah.
I think we can all agree the most pointless beverage in the entire world, though, is decaf coffee.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Nobody loves the flavor of coffee that much.
Right.
At least not to me. to me, like 80% of the reason I drink coffee is so that I can keep my eyes open for 10 more minutes. And I just don't get decaf. I don't understand it. But
No.
maybe it's because maybe Matt and I don't get it because we're not caffeine sensitive whatsoever.
Right. I don't get the allure.
Yeah, and obviously it decaf coffee exists, so there's people out there. My dad started drinking decaf years ago. I think because he started getting jitters and stuff, but I think it was just so habitual for him at that point, drinking coffee in the morning, that he just would have a cup of decaf. Like, what are you doing? What's the point?
I have an espresso maker, and we got it from my father-in-law, and he bought, like, when you buy it, they give you this special deal where they give you like 200 pods for $30 or something crazy like that. And it came with like 60 decaf pods. And then he didn't use it for 2 years, so I bought it from him and have been using it for 3 years or so now. And about a year ago, I was just like, I'm never going to drink these 60 pods of decaf, so I just tossed them.
Yeah.
I don't want to accidentally drink one of those one day.
Who disagrees with us? He says there's some really good decaf coffees out there. Like, I would say I'd love to try one, but I don't at all.
Yeah. But there may be.
He says Volcanica is a really good decaf, but I'm like, do they make caffeinated coffee?
Yeah.
I'd just rather have that.
I'd rather have that. Yeah.
If their regular coffee is good, then I'd take somebody's best regular coffee over their best decaf any day of the week.
Hands down. All right. Favorite food, gentlemen. Favorite food to pair with a cigar.
Chocolate. I'm one who I'm not a fan of pairing of smoking a cigar during a meal. Even if it's a very bold, rich meal, like a big, thick charbroiled steak or a heavy slab of lasagna or something like that. I'm just not a fan of a cigar with a meal. But after the meal's over, when the espresso comes out and the cigar gets lit up, a square of really high quality dark chocolate with that cigar is heaven. So that's really the only food that I like to pair with cigars.
So not salad.
Not salad. No, never. It's never salad.
So is my audience probably has noticed by now, and if you guys are listening later via podcast, I apologize for this. So we have names on our Zoom screen here that are quite. I got a little creative today. So it's Matt Ty Hates Salad is his name, and so Matt's not a fan of salads, obviously.
No, I will. I will eat spinach salad. I do like that quite a bit, but lettuce in most of its forms, I can't stand at all.
What about on a burger?
No.
Oh, wow.
No, I don't. I don't like any. The only thing green I want on a burger is pickles.
Not chilies or jalapenos?
Well, those. Well, yeah, those two. Sorry, but no, lettuce on a burger, it's all I can taste is the lettuce. Tastes like dirt to me.
I have come to hate iceberg lettuce more and more as the years, and now it's disgusting.
It has iceberg lettuce is just bad. It's like,
yeah,
it's the white crunchy part of every. It's the white crunchy part you cut off and throw in the garbage from every other vegetable.
Yeah. Now I will have. There are some restaurants, and we've even made them at home here, where you can buy the butter lettuce and make little, make spicy chicken or something and put it in like lettuce wraps.
Yeah.
That I'll do, but mostly just because, I get the flavor of the spices and the chicken, and I don't really.
Yeah. It's a vessel. It's not really the flavor.
It's a vessel. It's a delivery device for the spicy chicken. Really, it's all it is.
I like arugula. I can get down on some arugula. That has a kind of this peppery quality to it.
Oh yeah.
And there's very little of it. I mean, unless you just pile it on.
Bitterness.
I can tolerate it. I can tolerate.
Yeah.
And like I said, spinach salad with a a warm bacon fat vinaigrette, you know,
There you go.
and some chopped up like boiled eggs and maybe some pecans or something on there, that I can dig on. But no, not just iceberg lettuce is one of nature's most horrible foods.
So going out on a limb here, especially with his moniker, Tripp's not going to pick scrambled eggs for his pairing with food and cigars. So,
or any kind of eggs for that matter.
Yeah.
I've never eaten a scrambled, fried, boiled, steamed, any other type of egg that I've enjoyed. Actually, I take that back. One time in my entire 37 years on this planet, I was at Skip Martin's house in Esteli, and Arlen made fried eggs, and it was like, I don't know, it was like an egg sandwich with bacon and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to try this. And it was one of the best things I've ever eaten in my life. And he says that it's because they were local Nicaraguan chickens. I don't know what it was, because I've tried eggs the same way since then. They don't work for me. It's like that sulfury, just grossness. I hate them.
Our good friend Will Cooper is also a member of Egg Suck, the Egg
Yes,
Suck team. Yes.
I was very relieved actually when Coop told me that, because he's, I think, the only other person I've ever met who, like, when, like, growing up, like, trying to eat right, it was always like, what do I eat for breakfast? And every, like, recommendation from any kind of diet whatsoever, any diet in the world, they're like, oh, eggs are the best thing you can eat. Like, just eat eggs for every meal and you'll be set. And every time it's like, well, I'm just gonna eat cereal then.
Because
There's no alternative to eggs for breakfast.
I'm just not going to be healthy. That's settled it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I eat eggs every day.
I eat eggs every day.
Almost every day.
Many people do. My wife does.
Yeah.
But I just can't stand them.
This is how much eggs are a big deal in our house, which is why Coop will never be invited to my house for breakfast, or Tripp for that matter. We got chickens.
Oh wow!
This year, last year. So and it's been awesome. Farm fresh eggs are the shit. They're so great.
See, but if Skip's right, I might actually like those. But I haven't had an egg in the continental U.S. that has done it for me.
Well, that what's that? That TV chef, Guy Fieri, he also hates eggs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Guy Fieri. He'll like do on the diner drivers and dives. If the signature dish includes egg, he'll like kick it to the side and he'll eat whatever it is. It's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, we a couple years ago at the trade show, we were going to go to breakfast, and it was this breakfast joint called the Egg and I, and Coop didn't want to go simply because it had egg in the name.
Oh, and that's actually a big mistake. That's one of our go-to spots in Vegas. Amazing breakfast.
Yeah, he got the burger and he was satisfied.
Good.
I'm pretty sure there was an egg topping option, which he actually, obviously forewent. So he did not. He did not get that, but yeah, no, I'm man, I grew up on eggs. I love eggs. Eggs every day.
A burger with a runny egg on top of it. It's so phenomenal.
Shut the fuck up. That's amazing. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, good.
But so actually, that's another weird caveat is raw eggs are okay. Like, I'll eat carbonara, which is pasta with just raw egg mixed in.
Yep.
And cheese. And that's delicious. Or if it's like steak tartare, where you just mix in a raw egg, it's fine. Once you start cooking it and it starts smelling like farts, I can't do it.
Here he goes.
Oh, I love that.
I'm gonna get off that horse now.
I love steak tartare, man. No, my favorite food to pair with cigars is actually it's actually two. It's beef specifically. So it can be a burger, it can be steak, it can be barbecue, it can be barbacoa. It doesn't really matter. But another one that I really like is cheese. Like a cheese, like a charcuterie board with a lot of really good cheeses and stuff like that. Yeah.
So I was gonna say I'm in Matt's camp where it's like if I'm having a steak, my cigar is absolutely gonna go out. Like the first 2 bites I'm gonna be puffing on my cigar, and then I'm going to start eating and forget that the cigar exists. And even if I did, like to me, it doesn't make a noticeable difference. Like it's more impeding the eating experience to me. But brie cheese is my choice.
Yes.
Mm.
So
Brie
good.
cheese and cigars is so good. Like that creamy fattiness on your palate just works wonders with flavors of cigars.
Oh, 100%. Have you? So I know, Tripp, you've been to Saga, right? Saga Steakhouse in the Dominican.
Mm-hmm.
I
Some of the best meals I've ever had in my life were there.
top meal of my life on that. Matt, have you ever been to the famed Saga Steakhouse in the Dominican?
No, I have not.
That needs to be remedied. It'll be the moment of one of the moments of your life, right up there with your wedding day and the birth of your children.
Hopefully they open again at some point.
Yeah,
'Cause right now they haven't gone out of business, but they've closed the restaurant.
they've
because of
closed the
COVID.
restaurant. Yeah, COVID. Yeah.
Hmm.
So hopefully they reopen it because that was truly one of the best meals of my life. This giant tomahawk steak on a freaking salt plate. Oh, so good. Unbelievable.
And that steak can feed like 7.
Yes, 100%.
It's unbelievable. And then not to mention like the drinks are amazing there. The appetizers are amazing. It's that place
What-
is legendary.
Tripp, when you just said that steak can feed 7, in my head, I said challenge accepted.
Good luck with that one. Like
Yeah, I know.
that is the
It's
biggest steak I've ever seen in person.
I don't think
big.
I'd be able to pull that off by myself. It's like
It's
John
good
Candy
stuff.
in The Great Outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing that movie as a kid, and I remember thinking, like, I could do that.
Yeah, so did I.
I could do that. I could do that.
I could totally eat that whole steak myself. The
Yeah.
old 96er.
Yeah. So good stuff with food. So the next topic is interesting, and I left this up to interpretation. So I mean, it is because it's about as wide variety as you could get with it. So miscellaneous. Okay, so just this is something. I don't want to influence you at all in your choice. So your favorite miscellaneous pairing. This could be anything in the world. To pair with a cigar, what is it? Matt, go.
Ice cream.
Oh,
Okay. What kind?
So really good quality vanilla bean ice cream with a dark cigar, like something a cigar that you would typically get flavor notes of like cocoa and espresso from. Pair that cigar with really high quality vanilla bean ice cream, and it is so good. So good. And I learned that a couple of years ago when it was just happenstance after a meal. We were outside and I fired up a cigar and got a bowl of ice cream and was blown away by how good it was. And part of it may have been, and I've had it time since then. But it's just a great pairing that seems so strange and out of place, but it works really well.
I think Matt and I are hijacking this segment and turning it into strangest pairing. Because
No, it's up to interpretation. It's miscellaneous. So yeah.
Mine is off the wall insane. It's something that I had the idea like 15 years ago to try, and then a couple years later I actually tried it, which is a similar cigar to what Matt is talking about, like dark, intense cocoa, espresso, sweet. Like it has to be like on the sweeter side. The cigar that I remember trying it with for the first time was the Rocky Patel Edge Maduro, which kind of has that quality where it's like super rich, but then it's also got that sweetness. So like think like Liga Privada #9 kind of cigars, with orange juice.
What?
And like that weird, you don't get that. Like everybody knows like the orange juice and anything sweet, like it has that weird like effect on your palate, especially like, everybody knows the toothpaste one.
Yeah.
But it has like the exact opposite effect, where the orange juice like sets your palate up for that sweetness with the sourness, and it makes it taste more sweet. And it was a really interesting experiment that I encourage everyone to try once.
Wow. I am, that is absolutely going to happen for me this week.
I told you it's insane. It's weird, but it works really well somehow.
Yeah, it does. It sounds so like, it sounds wrong. It sounds like,
Yeah,
there's no way. I
the
am
ultimate
definitely trying
contrast.
that this week. I am absolutely going to try that this week.
I can't wait to hear what you think.
Well, that makes sense because we were talking about Ralph Kaufner a while ago, because that first time he did the experiment with the Warhead tobacco in the
Mhm.
beer was he did a blood orange Hefeweizen.
Yeah.
With it, and so that makes total sense. And like I said, the beer was good. I just couldn't have too much of it. I was in bewildered awe at that Lozona Palooza because Bill Ives and Quentin Nation were fucking pounding these things from dawn until dusk. I was just like, God, like I'm just a child sitting here at the grown-ups table, like unbelievable. I was just enamored with them, and so they're just going to town on these things. I was just like, my gosh.
Well, Thor can drink. That boy can drink.
Yeah, it's
So.
crazy. Although he was it was National Beer Day earlier this week, and I took a photo with some beer, and he was on me because I should be drinking seltzers, and I was like, I do drink seltzer water all the time, and he was like, no, seltzer beer. I was like, dude, you'll never catch me with the Bud Light seltzer ever. And he's like, no, man, the Corona seltzer, that's where it's at. I'm like, I can't believe that Thor Nation and I are having Quinn Thor Nation and I are having this fucking discussion over Instagram. This is ridiculous. Like, who the fuck are you? Like, what is going on? But
it's just sad.
It really is.
I'm not ashamed to admit that I drink seltzers every now and again. Not very often.
Alcoholic seltzers?
Yes, I do. Every once in a while.
Matt Ty likes the claw.
No, actually, I can't stand. But
try the Bear. Try the 21st Amendment makes one. I think it's out now, called Soma. They sent me a sample a couple years ago, and it's really good. Like, it has an essence of beer in the background.
Okay. That's it though.
That's
it.
One,
that's the only one.
That's the only one that I would implore you to try, because all the others are just alcohol with seltzer, and they taste like La Croix with vodka.
Yeah, I don't. When I drink them, I don't drink them for the flavor nuances.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody does.
I drink them because they're cold and it's really, really hot outside.
So Tripp, to take a page from Matt's book about vanilla ice cream, orange dreamsicle, man. You should rock an orange dreamsicle like popsicle with your cigar.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
You're combining both of ours.
Or a scoop of vanilla and a scoop of orange sherbet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of things going to be happening in my house this week.
Yeah.
Got to buy some orange juice and got to buy some ice cream and some orange sherbet and try that.
So my miscellaneous is a little odd. It's kind of an activity, but it's also something that you kind of obviously ingest a little bit too. And mine is grilling / barbecuing.
Okay. I was going to stop you before you got yours out and just say, I was going to say time with friends. That's the pairing.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with that a little bit because, yeah, I mean, community, I think too, but I think we, you know what, let's hold that for a second. Cause I do have some thoughts. That's a good one. But like,
yeah,
grilling,
table that, get to yours.
Yeah. Grilling and barbecuing and a cigar is by far one of my favorite pairings in terms of just pastime. Whether I'm doing it by myself or my family, I'm outside because I'm obviously the only one in the house, not obviously, but I'm the only one in the household that smokes. And doing that while preparing my family's meal, I love it. Or just doing it like at a party or something like that, and smoking while I'm grilling or barbecuing. It is the very best activity.
I did that yesterday, and
Nice.
you're spot on. It's fantastic.
It's so good. It's just
There is something about sitting next to the smoker while there's a pork butt or a brisket or something in there, sitting next to it with a book or your iPad or whatever, and a cigar and
Absolutely.
an ice cold beer. There's just something about that is so in a strange way, it's actually deeply satisfying.
so here's the compliment I was going to pass along to you, Matt. So one of my before I get to you, Matt, but my one of my favorite podcasts to binge, and I've said this several times on my show, is the Developing Palates cigar reviews. I'll sit there, I'll reserve them up, and I'll go like 20 in a row. And before you're in it, you're 2 hours deep into these, and I'm just like, I'm thoroughly entertained by these guys. And they're just reviewing cigars, and all of it is just the same thing. It's like hearing June say the cigar is average for 2 hours straight. But I mean, like the banter between the four of them, and their the way they analyze the cigar, and it's so quick.
That's one of the things I love about those guys is like, in stark contrast to what all three of us do, they have like these little bite-sized reviews.
Yes, absolutely. And it's just like this short thing, and I'll absolutely binge that stuff. But the compliment I was going to pass along to you, Matt, is like my favorite thing during COVID was grilling, barbecuing, and listening to How About That Cigar.
Oh, wow.
And it was, I really felt in it. And I really felt as I've listened to your shows from the very beginning, and I've been privileged to be a part of two of them personally. And what I've really loved to have listened to over the years is just the growth and the natural progression and evolution of your show. From where it started to where it's been, where it is today and everything. And I think with the exception of not the one that I'm on, but Cigar Coop Primetime, the Thursday show that Coop and Aaron do, I think in terms of like segmented, um, you know, standardized podcasting, I think you guys have it down, because you have the free flowing discussion and the story of the person that's on the show or the subject matter, and then you have this very regimented segments that you guys have created that are thoroughly entertaining. So for anyone who's in the audience right now who hasn't listened to your show, they need to. And they're incredibly creative, and it creates this very wonderful open dialogue conversation. As everyone knows, that's why I try to accomplish on my show, is to humanize the guest that I'm talking to, that it's not just about wrapper, binder, filler, it's about the person that I'm talking to. And it's just something that I really enjoyed, particularly this past year. And it felt like I feel like I know you and Garrett incredibly well, even though I've spent more time with you than I have with Garrett. But I feel like I know you guys and are close friends, even though we haven't spent that much one-on-one time together.
Well, I appreciate that. That means the world. And Garrett and I work very hard at the show, and we only know what we know because we learned it from the people that came before us. So, we've learned so much from people like Coop and the guys at Cigar Dojo and Tripp and Dennis and Bear and so many other shows that I know I'm forgetting. Well, and obviously the Kings at the Cigar Authority. And just learned so much from them. And we're grateful honestly, we're just grateful every week to have a chance to talk to people and hear their stories. And we put it together as a platform so that cigar people had a place to tell their stories. And obviously there are a lot of platforms where they are able to tell those stories, but we're just grateful that we have a voice in the industry. We're grateful that people listen and watch, and we're grateful that we've we've tried very hard to get a little better every week and just keep learning and keep improving and trying to do a better job, and having a absolute ton of fun with it along the way. We absolutely love everybody who's, our peers in the cigar media, and all the people we've gotten to talk to and people we hopefully will get to talk to in the future. And thank you, Bear. That means the world. And we look forward to continuing on and telling more stories and just turning on the mics and letting other people tell us, what makes them tick.
Awesome. So Tripp, your point that you were injecting there for a moment, I cut you off. I apologize. But I'm going to go ahead and speak for the panel tonight. Can we say that the most underrated pairing with cigars is community, family, and friends?
Oh, of course. Like that's how I got into doing podcasts, was by doing exactly what we all set out to do, which is, have that guy who sits there and listens to your podcast while he's smoking a cigar and feels like he's not sitting there in his backyard by himself this particular Thursday or whatever. Like, community is what cigars are all about.
Amen to that.
And Matt, you just have a new subscriber. Orlando has just hit the subscribe button on How About That Cigar.
Oh, well, thank you for that.
Nice.
Much appreciated.
And while you're at it, Orlando, if you're not, you need to subscribe to Cigar Federation, especially sharing our pairings, man. Good times.
That is an absolute fact. And I will say harumph to, Tripp's comment about community. It's so, and especially we learned this so much during COVID. This activity, this hobby that we enjoy, it's all about relationships. And if you can just spend an hour listening to a podcast, or getting on as a Facebook chat, video chat with friends of yours who are also people that enjoy cigars, or Zoom, or now that and we encourage people to do this on our show, is obviously as your own comfort level dictates, but now that the things are starting to open up again, I encourage people to get out there, get back into your cigar shops and sit down and start having those conversations again. Yeah. Because the community is so vitally important. And I think Tripp hit the nail on the head. I'd say that is I would say that is the number one greatest cigar pairing of all, is other people.
It was supposed to be just a joke, but I was kind of half serious that, like, it's, when I first started smoking cigars when I was 21 or 20 or whatever it was, like, I would sit there and I would actually sit in my car in the winter. I would crank on my old Honda Civic and sit there in the cold with a beer and a cigar. And I would listen to Dog Watch Social Club, which was that's the OG podcast. They were the absolute first cigar podcast. But for, I don't know, there was a period of, 6 months, a year, whatever, where that was my cigar life. And then I went and checked out a forum, and then I started meeting up with people on that forum, and then I started hanging out at cigar shops. And then you have this journey where you evolve into being part of the community of cigar smokers. And, that's to me, that's like the end goal of smoking cigars, is just to make friends.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys, but I'd say most of my life, I'm sort of in the middle, but I would more so be characterized as kind of an introvert than an extrovert. Although I do think I'm close to the middle. I'm not like severe introvert, but cigars bring me cigars move the needle for me way closer to the extrovert side than the introvert side.
100%.
And I think that's true for a lot of people. I know a lot of other people like that are deeply like true introverts. Like they don't go to parties.
That's me. I'm a true introvert.
Well, yeah. So there you go.
But when I'm talking about cigars, I feel very comfortable just hanging out and talking.
Yeah.
And being extroverted.
Yeah.
So you're spot on there with like, for whatever reason, the needle just completely moves the other direction.
Yeah. And I'll go, and my wife knows this, and we've been together for a very long time. And she knows that I don't really like big gatherings.
Mm-hmm.
But if there are cigars involved, I'm there.
It doesn't matter how many people.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if it could be 5 people, it could be 5,000 people. I'm there. If I have a way to get there, I'm going to be there. So it really, I think it's a great vehicle to bring people out of their shells.
Definitely.
Well, and I see I'm the opposite. I'm an extrovert, which is why this show has absolutely become a necessity for me, especially during the past year that we've had. And I love the community it brings, because I am actually able to be thrust among people, and I get to meet a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, and I get to ask questions, and it's not weird, and we get to talk about stuff we love, which is cigars, and it's phenomenal for me. It's great. Matt, not to pick on you, but I think I have a perfect example of what you're describing, because when I first met you, we met at a party at the trade show a couple years back when you were with Blind Man's Buff
at Mike Bellody's party.
And you and I just, I mean, I think we talked for probably over an hour, just about different stuff. And I remember the first time I had you on my show, and like in the green room, like before the show started, you were very quiet and reserved, and then you got, you returned to the Matt Ty that I knew, the social Matt. And like, even like when I call you, I feel like I'm really putting you out, because I don't feel like you like talking on the phone.
Oh, I love talking on the phone.
Okay. Because like sometimes like I catch you on the phone, and you're like, I just feel like I'm always catching you at a bad time. So I'm like, maybe he just doesn't like talking on the phone. So
no, sorry if I gave that impression. I usually if you're calling me, it's I'm still in business mode. So it's like, because my day job. So let's say I just finished up a conference call with work or something like that. So my head is still kind of in business mode. And I'm sort of, when I'm in that mode, I'm like, get the facts and move on to the next thing. So that's on me. That's my bad. I'm like, it's like my head is still like, get the facts and move on to the next thing on the agenda, instead of just having a conversation. So bro, that's all on me.
No, not at all. I just when you first said that on one of your shows, actually, how you were an introvert, I was like, what? Really? And then you said that Garrett's the extrovert, and I was like, what?
Yeah, Garrett is absolute extrovert. He is one of the most outgoing, personable, get to know you kind of people you would ever meet in your life. He makes friends in an instant, whether there are cigars involved or not. And for me, cigars have to be involved. Otherwise, I am firmly entrenched inside that shell. But then when the cigars get lit up and the conversations start, my shell is 100 miles away.
I never thought about it like that.
It's amazing what these things do, right?
It's true. It
really
absolutely
is
true.
It's crazy. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your pairings with us tonight. Really enjoyed this portion of the show and everything. And we go into one of my favorite parts of the show, which is it's always the One Must Go, which is brought to you by United Cigars, featuring La Giana Havana and distributors of Jose Dominguez, Bandolero, Garofalo, and the highly acclaimed Atabey, which we spent some time talking about tonight. And Byron Lyons, Smoke One Today, and Start Living United. Now, both you gentlemen have been on the show before and have been a part of this segment. And and this is meant to be fun, so this isn't anything that's necessarily too serious and everything. But I thought we would have a little fun, since we're talking about pairings, that we'd have a little fun with restaurants. And I want to take us back to the days of yore, gentlemen, when we were kids. I don't know what it was like for you all, but eating out in any capacity was a very special treat growing up for me.
Big deal.
Still can't go to a sit-down restaurant without putting on a collared shirt. That was something that was instilled by my father. You dress up when you go out to eat. You take off your hat, which is weird to me because I always have one on. Those are a couple things that I have always kind of done. So sitting down for a meal was always kind of special. So it didn't matter where you sat. So again, as kids, we probably had some favorite restaurants. So I picked a couple of what kid places that we probably ate as kids, or something close to it. So if you didn't actually partake in the restaurant that I'm talking, let's talk equivalents, and you can name the equivalent. But so here are the three choices, gentlemen. McDonald's, every kid's little dream, the ball pit, the toy, and the Happy Meal itself. The first time you got to eat a Big Mac was like a rite of passage, right?
Oh yeah.
Pizza Hut, which for me was the expensive pizza in town. I didn't order my first pizza to be delivered to my house until literally my 10th birthday. That was my 10th birthday present. My mom let me order pizza. But Pizza Hut was the expensive pizza in town. And what I call the nice restaurant. So the nice restaurant being, relatively speaking, as kids, right? The nice restaurant for us was like the Chili's, Applebee's equivalent. That's what I thought a nice restaurant was, nonetheless. So now it's like the crazy steakhouse or something like that. Considering the company that we keep in the premium cigar industry, I feel like some of these dinners continue to up their game. Saga Steakhouse we mentioned earlier, places like that, but nothing to that degree when we were kids. So the kids' restaurant, the Pizza Hut or the equivalent of it, McDonald's, or the quote unquote nice restaurant, the Chili's, Applebee's equivalent is what I'm calling it. So one must go. Want to hear discussion, deliberation. Tripp, I've been giving the honor to Matt. Tripp, I'm going to come to you.
All right. Couple things. First off, could we say like Red Lobster adjacent for fancy restaurant?
Yes, that definitely falls in.
That's helping me turn some wheels. But also regarding the taking off hats at restaurants, that like I've often told people I have like a very turn of the century relationship with hats, where it's like if I'm going outside, if I'm opening any door that leads to an outside space, I'm wearing a hat every time. But weirdly, like when I was in high school, I just would wear a hat all for 8 hours a day, which probably wasn't great for my hairline. But now, like, I don't know why, but I have this relationship with it where if I go into a building, if I'm sitting down, my hat's coming off. Like whether I'm sitting at a restaurant or if I'm sitting in a bank getting my debit card reprinted or whatever, like I take my hat off just out of like instinct. Like as with probably most people, I don't wear a hat like around the house. I know people who do, but like if I come over to your house to play video games or smoke a cigar or something, if we're smoking inside, my hat's off. If we're smoking outside, my hat's on. It's weird. But that's like been my relationship. I've been told several times, like, wow, you're so polite taking your hat off for dinner. And it's like, well, I can't eat with a hat on. Like that just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But on to the question at hand. It's a tough decision. Like I remember Pizza Hut as a kid was like a big deal. Like going to Pizza Hut was a big deal because if you were getting to go experience that stained glass and those red cups, it was something special was going on. It was like
the
like
hut, man, the red roof and everything. You just
yeah, exactly. It was like it was your rich neighbor who has a Power Wheels. It was his birthday.
It was a cathedral,
like,
man.
Yeah.
That's the only time you're getting to go to Pizza Hut. So that can't go. The fancy restaurant thing brings to mind when I was a kid, like I don't know, somewhere between like 6 and 8. I still, like, my mom still talks about it, that I would go to, my grandfather would bring me to like his country club restaurant, or he would bring me to Red Lobster comes to mind, but like a place like that that's like not fancy, but it's like fancier than you would ever normally go. But I would order 2 baskets of popcorn shrimp, because I could put away some popcorn shrimp, dog. Like, I remember I still remember, like, in my mind, the time that he was showing off how much shrimp I could eat to some other dude at the country club. Like, he was like, check this kid out and see how much popcorn shrimp he can get down his gullet. So for me, it's got to be McDonald's. McDonald's was really always just a vehicle for whatever the toy was. And I actually have a story about that too. When I was like 6-ish, I remember my parents, there was some toy that I wanted really bad. Like, you saw the commercial and it was like, I gotta have it. And back then they did a weekly thing where it was like they would have 4 toys a month, and every week the toy would change. This was in like late 80s, early 90s. And I remember it was like the week that the toy I wanted came out. So my parents parked outside McDonald's and let me go in with 50 cents by myself to buy the toy, because you could just buy the toy. And I was like, 1 prize, please. And they were like, fries? And it was like a 10-minute long thing of a 6-year-old trying to get across the point that he just wants a fucking toy. He doesn't need any food. All I need is a toy at McDonald's. But that's the memory of McDonald's that comes to mind. But still, with the other 2, I gotta go McDonald's. Like, McDonald's is out. All I cared about was the toy.
Solid, easy decision for you. Matt, what about you?
Well, it's interesting because Pizza Hut is absolutely in. And here's why. Because do they have the best pizza? No, they don't. It's not about the quality of the pizza. It's about so for many years in my younger days, we didn't have a pot to piss in. And then later on in, say coming into junior high school, things started getting better from a, financial perspective for my family. So, and the big thing was, after events at school, it could be a game, basketball game or football game, school dance, play, concert, something like that. You go to Pizza Hut. That's just what we did after every school event. And Tripp, when you started talking about the stained glass and the red cups, all of it,
dude, it's all in there,
yeah,
right?
It started flooding back to my mind, and I'm seeing the sit down Pac-Man machine.
Oh yeah, the glass. Yeah, exactly. The table
where you could set your drink and your pizza right there while you're playing video games.
First time I had root beer was at a Pizza Hut, man.
And the big jukebox, that pretty much all of them had, and just it smelled like stale powdered garlic, and it's
I can still smell it.
Yeah. So it
smells like Parmesan and garlic.
It's just sort of the atmosphere of it. And that's just where you went after school events. And, for me at the time, it's like, the game's over, and either you're old enough to drive or your brothers are old enough to drive or whatever it is. And you're fortunate enough to, at the time, this was like a shitload of money, but it's like you're fortunate enough to have $5 in your pocket. Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay, I know if I have $5, then I can ship in on pizza and pitchers of soda, and I'll be good. And play a couple games, and everything will be good to go. And then, so earlier than that, as far as the whole McDonald's thing goes, and being a little kid, because being the age that I am, McDonald's
70.
Happy Meals, 70. But Happy Meals weren't really a thing until I was kind of out of that age group where you would want to get a Happy Meal and have a little toy inside it. But for me, this was back when there was a chain of burger chefs, and they had a thing called the Fun Meal, and we didn't get them very often because it was like, you know, maybe a couple times a year that after church on Sunday we would go to Burger Chef. And that's why even to this day, and I was even talking to my kids about this the other day, is I always eat my fries first, because when I was a little kid, I wasn't allowed to do that, because when I was a little kid, that rare time that we'd go to the, and you don't understand it when you're a little kid, but when now, you know, when you have your own kids, it's like, I understand why my dad was so upset that I would chow through those French fries and then I wasn't hungry for this burger. And the fact that, you know, spending that money on fast food for the family, that was a big deal for my dad back then.
Yeah,
that was a big deal. It was, that's why it only happened once or twice a year, because it was a big thing. And you get that Fun Meal that, you know, had like, it was this thing that had like a paper tray at the bottom, and then a vertical piece that stood up on the back, and it would have like little perforated punch outs where you could make a pirate mask or something as a kid.
Oh yeah.
And I would always eat the fries first, and then I would be so full I wouldn't eat my burger. And my dad was like, I paid good money for that burger, you're gonna eat it. And and you know, now as a grown-up, I always eat my fries first because I was never allowed to when I was a little kid. But then as far as the, you know, sit down places like Applebee's, and for us it would have been Ponderosa Steakhouse, which when you're a kid, that's like that's like the Shangri-La of all things steak. And now you think about Ponderosa and it makes me a little sick to my stomach. But I would say, just because as a kid growing up, it was so, that was like, I can remember maybe a few times, 2 or 3 times during my entire childhood going to a restaurant like that. So it just wasn't
I don't remember very many.
Yeah. And so because it just wasn't really ever a part of my growing up, I would say that one has to go. So I'll keep McDonald's or Burger Chef, you know, even though they went out of business 30 years ago. I'll take McDonald's and Pizza Hut over those, just from a childhood nostalgia point of view.
The thing about the fries I find very interesting, because I always eat my fries first, but it's because when I was a kid, if we were going to McDonald's, it was 90% of the time the drive-through, and we were not allowed to open the sandwiches or the chicken nuggets in the car.
Oh,
so it was like in the car on the way home, all you're allowed to eat is fries.
Yeah.
So that's why I end up always eating my fries, usually on the way home still.
Well, and that's another weird thing just about the time difference is chicken nuggets weren't a thing until I was already in, I don't know, high school maybe.
I mean, I think chicken nuggets probably weren't a thing until after I was even born. Like,
yeah, it was
mid 80s.
Yeah, and that would have been high school for me, and that's right around the time that I think the chicken McNuggets came on the menu at McDonald's. And so at that point, I was either, you know, being driven around by my brothers, or I was already driving.
Yeah.
Once again, this is the time of the show where Matt continually lies about his age, but that's fine.
I thought you were going to say Matt continually feels like the oldest person in existence, because I could like see it in his face when I said that, how much it hurt.
No, it's all good. I've grown used to it. Most of the people I hang out with are younger than me anyway. So.
Well, actually, when you mention that, like, it reminds me of when I started smoking in my early 20s in like 2004-ish, 5-ish. And everyone I knew who smoked cigars was 30s or later. And so like it felt weird for years having like my closest friends were in their 30s and 40s. And it was just because cigars were the common thing, and that's how we became friends. And I mean, I guess that's still kind of the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely an older generation thing. I was always the youngest guy in the cigar shop too.
Yeah,
Tripp.
exactly.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, I was always the youngest guy by like 10 or 15 years. That was until like 2010ish when cigar smoke, like the cigar boom started coming back.
mhm. And that was the most shocking thing to me. I remember because this is the where I kind of joke with Matt and I rib him about his age thing because I just first of all I want to look like you when I'm 49.
I mean, he looks
I
younger than both of us
I was gonna
combined.
say he does.
So
But the when Matt and Garrett started how about that cigar, they were talking about how when they were growing up, when they started smoking cigars during the boom, and I'm like, what? You mean the second one, right? Like the rest of us? Like, what do you mean you were smoking the cigars during the boom? But to hear other people talk about the boom, and for Matt and Garrett to still enjoy cigars after having experienced the boom, because apparently cigars were just trash back then. So
During the boom,
during the boom, that's what a lot of
there
people
were
say that
there were a lot of really bad cigars on the market back then, but there were some really good ones. But there were a lot of really bad cigars back then because there was so much money to be made. People just started putting out product regardless of quality.
and when I started smoking, I was on some forum. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Cigar Chat. No. Cigar something or other. I don't know what it was. It was like cigar something. Anyway, there was like this whole stigma that was like, don't buy that brand because those are just leftover cigars from the boom.
Mhm.
Because it had only ended like 5 years ago
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing about looking back as a kid and everything, these particular like the Pizza Hut, like I think it's funny that all three of us have this fond memory of Pizza Hut, like just it's not the best pizza, and Coop even said Pizza Hut's out. I was like, well, you grew up in pizza country, he grew up in New York, so of course it's the obvious choice for him to kick.
Yeah.
But like, it was everything. It was the ambiance, it was the walking in, like, I mean, you felt like you had arrived as a kid because it was the upper echelon of pizza.
Well, and at that point where I grew up, like it was Little Caesars or it was Pizza Hut.
Yeah, it was
And
Pizza
Pizza Hut
Pros for us. Pizza Pros
was so superior.
yeah.
There's a place in I think it's just in Indiana where I was born and raised, but Pizza King around there, and one in particular that had was a big sort of grand place that had an old trolley car inside the restaurant that you could actually they converted into some booths that you could go and actually sit in this trolley car and have
Wow.
and eat your pizza in there. And that was like, I mean, that was like going to Windsor Castle as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, was getting to sit in that trolley car and eat pizza.
Yeah, we had pizza Pros, which we called in high school. We started calling it the bucket of grease because the pepperoni would curl up into like little buckets, and they would just be pools of grease. So we called it the bucket of
good, so good.
it was Pizza Hut was unbelievable. McDonald's had this weird kind of thing because I mean that's when when we were in kindergarten we would take field trips, and like the only thing that really within walking distance was this retail part of town, which was just like a block or two away, and it was there was the McDonald's, the Burger King, etc. And so we got to explore the world of McDonald's, like the background, like how it was just so cool how you had a small, medium, and large drink, and all they had to do was press the small button, the medium button, or the large button, and it would fill the cup full of soda just the right amount. It was like the most amazing technology in the world, for 5-year-old me. And just that was a really interesting thing about McDonald's, was that I got to experience the world behind it.
And now your kid is like disappointed that they don't have root beer in that machine that McDonald's have now that has 180 flavors.
Yeah, they're like, what do you mean they have
What do you mean
lemon
that
water
one
and don't have
flavor is out?
lemonade? Like, what do you mean that's only Minute Maid lemonade? My oldest son has become a lemonade connoisseur. And he can tell the difference between good lemonade and bad lemonade. It's funny.
Nice.
Um, but McDonald's was kind of this. I got to experience it from a lot of different angles, just because we so many field trips and things like that. And Pizza Hut was like I said before, there's like the cathedral and stuff. But the nice restaurant for me was this place called the Great American, and it's still there. It's still about 2 blocks away from my house, and that was always the place that my family went to eat. It was always the sit down, and I had was the steak burger, which was at the time was a massive burger. I could probably put away 5 of those now, but I mean, at the time it was like just this big honking burger that I just really enjoyed, and I ate actually. I didn't even actually. It was so big I couldn't pick it up, so my dad would actually cut it in half, and I would eat it just like that, and it was awesome. Interestingly enough, I would have to say McDonald's has to go for me, even though I experienced it from like just so many angles and so many perspective. I and as much as I enjoyed it, I mean, I look back fondly at Pizza Hut just being like out of my league. But those family memories, those family sit down restaurants, the really special occasions when we got to sit down at the Great American, which in all intents and purposes was just a nicer decorum Chili's, was what it really was. You know, was really great for me. So I would have to say McDonald's kind of goes to the curb, which is interesting, considering how much fun I had there as a kid. But the McDonald's fries, though, is an interesting story. I remember that we would eat them in the car too. We were allowed to do that, Tripp. But one of my sister's favorite things to do when we were kids, it was in our garage. She would create a haunted house. So she would make haunted house of stuff, and the grand finale was always hiding in the baseboard of the car and waiting. She would have my mom or dad or like an older cousin or someone dress up in a scary outfit and come out and make scary noises, and that was her production and everything. And she
sounds like my daughter.
She's like, we don't know how long we're going to be down here, so we need to, we could be locked in here forever until the monster goes away. And so our provisions were the leftover fries that had fallen on the baseboard of the Buick, man. And man, say what you want about preservatives being evil, but those fries must have been a year old and they still tasted just as good. They were just cold. But that was our One Must Go segment. Gentlemen, thank you so much for participating in that. A lot of fun, a lot of nostalgia, a lot of good conversation. And as always, it's brought to you by United Cigars, featuring La Giana Havana and distributors of Jose Dominguez, Bandolero Garofalo, and the highly acclaimed Atabay and Byron lines. So smoke ones a day and start living united. And this next segment has become one of my favorite to do on the show, and I've been pleased with the popularity that it's drawn and how the interest that it's drawn as well. And we've gotten to have a really great conversation around some great organizations. And this, of course, is my charity segment, which is I've asked since my birthday, I've asked my guest or guests to select a nonprofit or charity of their choice that they want to spotlight, raise awareness for, and potentially raise some money for. That's near and dear to their heart. And so today we have the privilege of 2 charities. So I wanted to give the honor to Matt, since since Tripp's been on the show 8 times now. Matt's been on a lowly 4 with the low man on the totem pole. I wanted Matt to start,
but pump those numbers up.
Yeah,
those are rookie numbers.
And Matt, I'll talk a little bit about your organization, but then after that, I want you to kind of fill us in and on why it's close to your heart and everything. You chose the organization, the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, or PanCan, right?
Yes.
And this organization is obviously a goal is to eradicate pancreatic cancer, or at the very least, raise the survival rate, because as we all know, or as many people are aware of, pancreatic cancer is the highest death rate among cancers. I mean, it's unfortunately is one of those things. If you're diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, it's in a lot of ways it's a death sentence, and it's very scary and very and a huge plague across the world in terms of cancers, right? It is the one thing you don't want to hear. And among many things, I just want to just point out some amazing stats that PanCan has done over the years. 900% boosted the National Cancer Institute's funding for pancreatic cancer by 900% since starting their efforts upon their founding in 1999. And 700 plus PanCan volunteer leaders drive local community action for their local movement. $11.8 million has been raised in just the past year alone to fund critical research and programs and services for patients. And in the time since its inception, $126 million has been invested towards research since 2003, with just this year alone, 23 million. So some big numbers to a huge plague on our society. But Matt, I want to turn it over to you. Why is PanCan near and dear to your heart, and why did you want to talk about it tonight?
Well, I'm realizing I should have chosen a different charity, because this is I'm going to try to hold it together when I talk about this. But my mom, we lost my mom in 2016. To pancreatic cancer, and it's it was very devastating because it was so fast. And my mom and I were very close my whole life, and she was we found out that she was sick, and it was only a couple more months that we lost her. And it's just about the most aggressive form of cancer that there is. And if this organization can at least help to increase the survival rate, then I think they're doing a huge service to the people that they serve. And that's really why I chose it, because we lost somebody very important to us from this form of cancer. And just knowing from a personal standpoint how quickly it takes somebody from you, and if there's a way to help that and increase somebody's life expectancy, and hopefully even one day eradicate it altogether, would be a huge blessing to people, so that they don't have to see somebody that they love go through this. Would be worth every penny that we could put towards this organization.
You said that was in 2016, Matt?
Yeah. She it was very fast. In April of that year, she had a hip replacement surgery, and shortly after that, they went on a road trip. Her and my dad went on a road trip, and she was experiencing a lot of back pain sometime in July, experiencing a lot of back pain, and thought it was just from the road trip, and sort of pains left over from the hip replacement surgery. And she found out about the cancer, and then found out that it was essentially inoperable. And then she passed on September 9th, just a few days before her birthday. So if this organization can help save anybody from that or give people some more time, it's worth every penny.
Well, Matt, as fruitless as this may sound, especially, you know, as much with time has passed, and obviously it's still very real and still very painful, and it just incredibly sorry for your loss. And thank you for sharing that story.
Yeah.
Some great goals for PAINCAN by 2030. So in just 9 years, they're driving to they want to drive the 5-year survival rate from 10%, because that's what it's at currently, to 20. I mean, that's double the people that will survive from this. That's what they want to do in 9 short years that they're trying to. They want to raise $80 million annually, and they want to grow awareness for PAINCAN in the US. It's only at 14%, because while this affects people very intensely and very quickly, as Matt was just talking about, it's still very, very little attention is brought to it. You know, you hear a lot about all the other cancers. You know, breast cancer has a really, really big network that gains a lot of attention. You know, brain cancer, skin cancer, a lot of other cancers gain a lot of, you know, they garner a lot of attention. But the one that many should be looking at is the one that's basically a death sentence. And here it is. You know,
Yeah.
Matt, I'm so sorry. Sincerely. I had no idea. I had no idea.
Yeah, she was a very special lady. But yeah, like I said, this organization does very, very good work. And if we can help some people live a little bit longer, and then hopefully one day just get cancer where it belongs, which is a distant memory, that would be a good thing.
Straight to hell. That's where
Yep.
we can put cancer. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah, please, I really implore people to consider donating. I posted the link in the chat. You can go back on tonight's show ad that I posted earlier today. It's a picture of Matt and the ELOSOFUMARTAKES logo. There's a simple donate button. Something I love about Facebook, guys, I've said this numerous times now, is that Facebook doesn't take a penny. All the money you donate, and it can be as little as $5 up to whatever you can spare, go straight to the organization that we're raising money for. And so this is a great opportunity to you know, to really, really, really take a stab at I mean, cancer's a plague, no doubt, but this is the plague of the plague, which is pancreatic cancer. Just absolutely terrible. Matt, damn, thank you so much for sharing that. And please, everyone, consider donating to this awesome organization that's really striving to make a dent in this horrible disease. So, the good news is that Tripp's has got a little bit. Tripp's selection is a little bit
lighter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little bit more uplifting, so that's good. Nice little page turner here. And you pronounced this for me earlier, Tripp, and help me out one more time. It's, how do you pronounce it? Techo. Okay, so
I was
Techo.
gonna let you I was
Butcher
just
it?
gonna be silent until you said it.
Until I
and
butchered it?
See what you said. But I decided to give you the easy route out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So Techo, great organization that strives toward international ending of poverty and starvation around the world. So, you know, one of their messages here, and I'll turn it over to you too in a second here, Tripp. And as the pandemic pushes hundreds of millions of people towards starvation and poverty, they're joining forces to activate the power of their brands, institutions, organizations, knowledges, and influence, solidarity with the single mission to support the most vulnerable. So because everyone deserves an opportunity, they believe that the power is with collaboration. So they're asking to rise up with a united front and end the war against poverty. Very, very good mission, very simple one. And I was really pleased to see the amount and the high level of organizations that back this organization: the American Tower Corporation, Bank of America, Porsche, Cartier, DHL, Harvard University, just to name a few. really are pumping a lot of money into this, into their efforts so far. They're wanting to raise 5 billion is their goal, and they're at 1.3.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah.
I hadn't looked at the numbers. Um, so I became aware of Techo through Drew Estate. They were working with them up until a few years ago, and Techo, part of their outreach program is through providing housing for people who uh, live in very rough conditions. So when we found out about this on the first SigFed cigar safari, they kind of have a representative come in and give a little presentation, take donations. Uh, and we thought it would be cool to raise some money. So we ended up raising, I think the number was $12,000 to build houses in Esteli. And we went down there a couple days early for our cigar safari and spent a few days actually building the houses. So what they do is they supply these $2,000 wooden houses. They're raised houses with a metal roof, very basic. They have like kind of a singular wall that goes inside as a separator. And so I think there were 13 or 14 of us that went down and we built 5 houses with our bare hands. I literally dug post holes with a half of a coconut we found digging a post hole with a trowel. Um, Actually, no, we didn't have a trowel. It was a giant. It was a an iron pick, so like a 30-pound, 5-foot long iron bar that we were using to just jam a hole for a post. And luckily, we came across half a coconut shell, which we used to dig the rest of the hole. So it was very intense work, a very intense 3 days of work. But we helped a family who they had a outhouse in the backyard. They were fortunate enough to have a backyard with an outhouse, and the outhouse was just had a trough that went through their, what I would, I guess, call their living room, out into the gutter at the side of the street. Um, just a dirt road, and we helped them build a new house for them. The wife in that family worked at my father, and her sister, who was living in even more impoverished conditions, moved into her old house. Um, that was the house in front. Worked for Oliva. They were both rollers,
Hmm.
and to be able to help someone at that level of poverty, with not only my money but my blood, sweat, and tears, meant a lot to me. So Techo kind of made a big impact on me seeing that side of life in Esteli and how we can help all over Central and South America, because they're doing those same kind of programs all over the place.
Tripp, I wondered if this was the organization, because I remember you telling me the story before, and I was wondering if this was the organization that you worked with when you were
Yeah.
doing that project. I've done numerous projects with Habitat for Humanity, and I've never I'm still yet to experience the joy of actually being there from the very beginning to the very end of the project. So seeing it from bare lot to an actual completed house, and
It was really powerful. I mean, like, the husband in that family was a woodworker, and he carved each of us a little tobacco leaf out of wood that he painted green and wrote like their last name in Esteli 2016. It was really cool to be able to help somebody like that. Um, and there was one other thing I was going to say, but now I can't remember what it was.
I apologize, I interrupted you.
That's all right. Don't worry.
So really great organization.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry, I just remembered what it was. It was that one of the really interesting things about this program is that they are, the houses cost about, at least in Esteli, they were $2,000 total for the wood, and they had a bunch of college students come up from Managua to help out, who were volunteering. They really showed us how to work with these primitive tools that they had. We used like a bubble level, which is just a tube filled with water, and then you use the bubble at the end of the tube to level the floor. I didn't even know you could do that.
Wow.
But one of the things that I find really interesting about this is that you don't just sign up and get a free house. There's actually a program they have for loans and for just straight out payment if you can do that for 10% of the cost. So like these families put up $200, which was a huge amount for them.
Yeah.
But they were buying a new house. And to be able to take care of 90% of that cost and still have them feel like they're paying for it, without, I feel like there's in that situation there can be something demeaning about charity. Some people are too proud for the charity, and to be able to at least help cover the cost a little bit, I feel like is really powerful for those families.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's. I think that hunger and poverty in the world is something that we just you know in a lot of ways. Matt, you mentioned. I think you and I had a very similar growing up too. You mentioned not having a pot to piss in, and we didn't have money growing up either. And Tripp, I don't know your situation, but
it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't great.
By comparing standards, right? I mean, we were kings, right?
Yeah, that was another point. Is one of the guys I was with made really good friends with the kids. Scott, what's his last name? I can't remember off the top of my head, but he's in the cigar community. Had to quit smoking due to health issues a couple years ago. He made really good friends with the kids in this house. They gave him their favorite toy, which was a marble.
Wow.
That was their toy. It was a marble. Like this was the lowest level of poverty I've ever seen, and it felt so good to give this guy a hug after we helped him build a house.
Well, I don't know the exact numbers, but if I remember right, if somebody in the United States is below the poverty line, which I want to say is $18,000 per year.
I think it's somewhere between 18 and 25.
Yeah,
I can't remember exactly. Somewhere
if you're at that poverty line in the United States, you are still in the top 1/10 of 1% of wealth in the in the entire world.
Yeah.
In Nicaragua, I know in Nicaragua a living wage is considered, I believe it was $30 a month.
Yeah.
Like that's living pretty good, which is insane.
Yeah. It's just it puts some unbelievable perspective on things, when again, I mean, I don't want to say we, because I don't want to speak for you guys. But I mean, I take a lot for granted, and this is one of the reasons why I did this segment, because it brings these incredible stories to light. Some are in case of both y'all, it's very personal. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to chip in. And if I, by doing these segments, if I can raise awareness for, bring attention to, and raise just a couple of dollars, each week, for all, for my friends. I mean, that's what you guys are. That's what my guests are. They've become friends. They've become part of my extended family. I mean, it's been incredibly rewarding, but it's also it's incredibly beautiful to also see my audience too chip in. I mean, each week, people like something will strike a chord with somebody, and that dollar amount underneath those posts just, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see. So like every week, gentlemen, my wife and I have promised, and later tonight, my family and I will be donating to both these charities in y'all's honor. So we really appreciate y'all bringing these incredible organizations to our attention and talking about them tonight. So very, very personal experiences from both of you. So thank you both.
Well, cheers to you, Bear, for continuing to do this.
Yeah.
My
Bear,
pleasure.
I think it's a very unique and very meaningful part of all the cigar media that's out there is raising awareness of different organizations that need our support week after week. So thank you for doing that, and keep up the good work, brother.
I appreciate this. My pleasure. I don't normally tell people there's only one veto that I'm allowed to give. I said there's no wrong answers on this except for one, just because it's my wife's rule. If there's an organization that gets mentioned, I'm not allowed to. We're not allowed to donate to it. So it was my wife's call, not mine. So, but it hasn't been mentioned yet, and I don't think it will be. So
I'm gonna have to ask about that off the air at some point.
yeah,
same.
I'll certainly tell y'all because I don't think either of y'all would pick it. But I'm really excited about it. It's been great. Really great learning from people and just learning about some of these things, because I mean there's a lot of these organizations that I've never heard of until they're brought up. So I love talking about it, because this is the stuff that really matters most, which is going to play a part here in a later question that I've got for you guys. So but nothing that serious. We won't get that we won't get that real again. So but very powerful from you both. Again, thank you so much. So let's move on again, keep lighting it up. We're going to bring this back around. We're going to cheer everybody up again here, guys. So I heard a cork pop, so more drinks are being poured.
Yep.
So let's let the nerddom come out.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate you not putting that segment at the end of the show.
Oh,
It'd be a
absolutely.
real downer. I
Yeah,
like that you put it right in the middle so that we can bring it down and then bring it right back up.
That's right.
No, it does. Like it was before I started doing this segment, and I had George Ramey on from Camacho Cigars.
Mhm.
And he had never talked about this before, and he talked about it on his show. But like we were getting towards the end of the show, and it was talking about growing up in Honduras and stuff. And he's the son of a diplomat, and some some really controversial times when he was growing up in Honduras and stuff. And someone set off a bomb in his living room as a child.
Really?
So yeah, about 15 minutes earlier, his little sister was playing in the very spot, and luckily everyone was okay. But that was unexpected and very real.
Yeah.
We're talking about real moments, and so that was at the end of the show. So talking about ending on a downer, so it's like going through my notes trying to find something to cheer us up again and stuff. But it was incredibly, like I said, incredibly real and really fascinating for him to kind of bring that perspective up, because that's not something that any of us, obviously, hopefully none of us will ever experience. But nerddom, guys, bringing out the battle royale of the nerds. Okay. Matt was a huge inspiration for this segment, because his handle on social media, when it's not How About That Cigar, is a huge nerd.
That is right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge nerd. And Tripp is very also very nerdy. You like to talk about nerd things, and you and Dennis talk about some nerdy subjects. We brought up some stuff on our previous shows too, so we like to get into the nerd segments of the world. And what I'll say, and I'll post to you guys, do you all think that now nerd stuff, quote unquote, has become too cool? That's the first question I want to ask y'all. Do you think nerdiness has become too cool?
I think kind of. It's less that nerding out has become too cool, and it's more that things that used to be nerdy are now pop culture.
Mm-hmm.
So like in the early 90s, when I was so into Star Wars was a very not cool thing to be into. Like early to mid 90s, it was super not cool. Late 90s, when the movies started coming out, it became way cool. Right. Like everybody was going to see those Star Wars movies. Not everybody went to see the Phantom Menace 5 times like I did, but everybody went to see it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we've reached this point where because of the internet, anything that is even a little niche can be seen as pop culture because it can be in everybody's faces.
Yeah, there's a community around it, right?
Yeah, exactly. There,
I,
no matter what it is, there's a community around it.
yes, I will say this: any subject can be nerdy if you care enough.
If I'm involved, any subject can be dirty.
Because you can nerd out about any subject. I don't care if it's cigars, of the stuff we've been talking about tonight: cigars, beers, spirits, food, and then we're going to talk about movies and books and even sports. Which, you know, back in the day, you know, if in junior high and high school, if you're into analytics and numbers and that kind of thing, you were a nerd. But if you played sports, you were not a nerd. That
Even
was
though you knew the RBI of every player.
yeah, exactly. So, but then over
I
time,
know how much that
people-
sports reference killed you, Tripp, and that was good. Bravo,
That
bravo.
was
Well
good.
done.
Thanks.
But over time, people learned that knowing a lot about a particular subject is just sort of referred to now as nerding out about that particular subject.
Right.
And you can even do that about sports, and even casual people over the years have learned through playing fantasy sports, even just in casual, like, neighborhood fantasy football leagues. People who are never into sports, even in the slightest, are all of a sudden nerding out about the stat lines on running backs and things like. So you can nerd out about literally any subject on earth.
Absolutely.
And I think, but as far as what the world refers to as like nerd culture, whether it's comic books or Star Wars or sci-fi or, you know, things like that, yeah, that has become way more mainstream in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, even though you went to go see Phantom Menace like 5 times, though, Tripp, like that's the thing about Star Wars. Like the true, you can tell the true Star Wars, like the original true Star Wars nerds, because they're Star Wars fans and they're Star Wars nerds, because the Star Wars nerds hate the prequels. And
I don't know if I'd use the word. I classify as a Star Wars nerd, 100%. I don't know if I 100% hate the prequels, but I don't like them.
You don't like them, yeah, or as much. Patton Oswalt, the comedian, has a bit about this, and he's like, he hates the prequels, and he's like, he imagines that he wishes that he could go back and have a conversation with George Lucas, like, 1995, like before Episode 1, and so he could be like, "Oh, George Lucas, oh my God, you're just like the coolest thing ever." He's like, "Well, if you're really excited about Star Wars, we're gonna come out with the prequels." "Oh my God, that's fucking awesome, that's great." He's like, "So what happens?" He's like, "Well, in Episode 1, we get to meet Darth Vader," and he's like, "Darth Vader, oh, that's fucking badass, that's awesome. Like, tell me a little bit more." He's like, "Well, you get to see him as a little kid."
Yep.
And he leaves his mom, and it's really sad. That is really sad, George.
And then in the next episode, he spends 2 hours breaking up with his girlfriend.
Yes. Dialogue skip. That's a good thing. DVD players always had the skip forward 10-second button.
Yeah. So for like the prequels for me, I went to see Phantom Menace 5 times. I was starved for Star Wars. Like at that point, there hadn't been a Star Wars in 20 years.
Right.
And so I spent 5 years being like, oh man, they're going to make a new Star Wars movie. And they made it. And I went to see it and I was like, I mean, it wasn't great, but it was Star Wars. So I got to go see it again.
Yeah.
So since we started on the Star Wars bit, we're gonna kick off, and I went about this. I'm gonna open up the floor on the subject here in a second, but I came up with 4 definitive battle royales, debates about nerddom. Okay, so since we've been talking about Star Wars plays a factor in 2 of my battle royales. So let's kick it off here, and this is the ultimate, right? This is the ultimate space discussion of nerddom: Star Wars versus Star Trek. Who wins and why? Tripp, you have the honor, sir. I think we obviously know the answer, but maybe I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, no, you're not wrong. Star Wars wins for sure.
Okay.
But
are you a Trekkie though?
I am a Trekkie. Like, not as hard. So that's the thing for me though, is like growing up, Star Wars was the thing that I nerded out about. Like, I knew the name of every background character and all of their backstory, and I knew the name of every gun and every ship, and like I had like I still remember I had these Star Wars technical encyclopedia or something like that,
Oh
and it
yeah.
had like a breakdown of every single spaceship, every
It had
single gun,
schematics and
yeah.
layouts, maps, blueprints, the whole bit.
It was a whole thing, and I spent
For
years studying it.
fictional vehicles.
Yeah, fictional vehicles that you see, some of them like you see in one frame.
Yeah.
Like, it flies by in the background, and they're like, "All right, let's build a backstory around that." But I grew up nerding out about that stuff and being like, "Oh man, the like for example, the Slave One, like Boba Fett's ship, like that was such a big deal to me when I was a kid. I had the toy before I knew who Boba Fett was." And so then I saw it in the movie and I was like, oh my God, that's that toy I had. And then 5 years later, I was reading this book and completely nerding out about it. But it's still just Star Wars. Like Star Wars is an opera and Star Trek is a sci-fi show. I've watched a lot of Star Trek in my day. And to me, the real Star Trek is still the original series. Like that's the Star Trek that I love, where it's like it takes itself seriously, but it's still campy. And I feel like it definitely lost the campiness later on. But yeah, Star Wars wins. that's the point.
So you were a Shatner and like Captain Kirk and Spock,
Yeah,
and
absolutely. That's the era of Star Trek that I absolutely love. Like the Tribbles, that episode where they go to the 40s. Oh, loved it. That episode where they have those I forget what they're called, that like clear gooey thing that attaches to their brain and takes them over.
Oh yeah.
Love that episode.
Matt, what about you?
Okay. So first I'll address Star Trek. I think that Star Trek in its beginnings was an extremely important and groundbreaking television program.
Absolutely.
It broke down a lot of barriers socially. And I think in its time that was extremely important. And I believe that it accomplished a lot. And it was also just a very fun show to watch. There was action and there was intrigue, and it was almost like Mission Impossible in space.
Yeah.
And and even to this day, I think it's a fun franchise. I think Star Trek as a franchise is fun. Even the reboot with Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto, I think it's still a fun franchise to watch, whether you like the new Kirk and Spock or not. I still believe that they are fun films to watch. But and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but from a storytelling perspective,
You're talking about books with schematics of imaginary vehicles.
Right.
I don't know how much
Yeah.
further in the weeds we can get here.
well, from a meaningful human storytelling perspective, Star Wars wins in a landslide, because Star Wars follows that Jungian archetype hero's quest format. And those stories, regardless of, because those stories have been told 1,000 times throughout human history. Star Wars was not the first and it won't be the last. But that story is actually, it's actually meaningful to humans from like an evolutionary psychological point of view. They're actually important. Those stories are important for humans to watch and listen to and identify with. That hero's quest archetype, it's actually something that's in our DNA. And
Yeah,
that's why those stories resonate so much, whether it's the old samurai stories or even biblical stories, Harry Potter. I mean, it's all the same story, but it's it's put in a different framework where Star Wars is in space and Harry Potter is in this fictional sort of realm of wizardry and for I'm not really super into Harry Potter because it was sort of after my time, but I understand the stories, and that's why Star Wars resonates so much. And maybe that's why Star Wars outside of the original New Hope and Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, maybe the Star Wars outside of that doesn't resonate as clearly. But the reason that Star Wars is still so popular is because the original foundation was built on that archetype back in 1977.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it still resonates today, because if you build a story on that archetype, it will resonate with human beings because that's just the way we're wired.
That's a very Star Trek approach.
Yeah.
You took a very Spock approach
Yeah,
to your
this
reasoning
very
here.
this very large logical. It's hard to argue with logic. No, it's the story of Star Wars is very, like you said, it's an odyssey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this epic tale. It's got you threw Young out there. I mean, it's got there's a lot of Oedipal complex going on. Instead of your mother, it's your sister kind of thing, and it's this bizarre. If you look at it and you describe it like if you describe Star Wars, the storyline, to just anyone who's never seen it, which is Orlando, by the way, he's never seen Star Wars or Star Trek, and he's still watching with us. So bravo, Orlando. Thanks for staying with us here. You'd probably be like, what? Like, dude, dude falls in love with his sister and he ends up fighting a guy that's his dad, like that's just weird. And like, but it in a way of, like you were talking about with storytelling, Star Wars is like, I look at it, I do look at it because I'm very much a storyteller and I love stories. And I find it from that perspective, it's a very, very complex and deep story. And there's a lot of layers to it. Maybe not the layers that you guys went to it with, schematics of drawings and of alien ships that never existed. But the guns thing, that kind of blew me away too. You knew the weaponry that was involved.
Dude, all I ever wanted was a DL-44 blaster pistol.
Nice.
I was one of those kids that like I really didn't get into either one. I watched more Star Wars than Star Trek. All I knew of Star Trek growing up as a kid was that the Reading Rainbow guy was in the Star Trek episodes of when I was a kid, and that was it. That was it. And
he had that hair thing that girls use that clasps together. It's like the two little claws that go together.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Down over his eyes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I really I didn't get into either one of those until I was older. I got into Star Wars with the prequels. And that's where I actually learned to appreciate everything, which is why it makes it weird for me that's why I'm a Star Wars fan and not a Star Wars nerd, right? What I was talking about earlier, because I very much like the prequels. I love Phantom Menace. And I think it kind of started my theory about Liam Neeson and how it's not a Liam Neeson movie unless he dies, which is why Taken was so weird for me. I'm like, it's at the end of the movie and he's still alive. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This isn't a Liam Neeson movie. Like, he's supposed to...
it's funny to take this back to, so this is even like two different generational things, but back in 1997, Amy and I were still in college. We were engaged. We were still in college, and we were both in the theater program, and I was cast in one of the roles in the show we were doing at the time, and she was the stage manager. And we had a cast party after the show wrapped, and the cast is all at my apartment, and we're all talking and having fun. And we got into this conversation about what people would want to do if they could go back, like before they were born and stuff. And one of the cast members said, I would want to go back and see the original Star Wars movie in the theater. And everybody laughed and said, oh yeah, that would be cool. And I slowly raised my hand and I said, I did see the original Star Wars movie in the theater. And they all were like, what? Oh my gosh, you're so old. And
Wow,
this
this has been going on a long time, huh?
yes, it has. A long time.
You're gonna love this.
So,
Coop says his favorite Star Wars character is Captain Kirk,
And his favorite Star Trek character.
and his favorite Star Trek character is Lando.
that's perfect. Oh,
Even I know that's wrong.
Someday how cool would it be if they were to merge those two universes
Right.
into
Dude, I would watch that.
one epic movie? That would just be lights out.
There'd be like the bunch of nerds like exploding this like all around the world though. They wouldn't
Yeah.
know what to do.
Yeah.
Especially the people that are like you guys aren't like there's not this fire like on one side or the other.
Yeah.
Like, but there are people that like, I mean, it's life and death, like discussion.
We're both centrists in this
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
There are people who like would never even think of watching a Star Wars movie. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's below them, and never think of watching Star Trek because that's only for nerds.
I'm an equal opportunity dork.
Exactly.
So speaking of that, probably two worlds that will never collide, but I witnessed two nerds going to fisticuffs. I'm not kidding. A virtual slugfest, a fist fight over this next discussion. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was just so in awe. Normally, I'm the guy who tries to break it up because I don't, I don't want to ever see anyone fight. I just, I've been in a few fights in my day, but like, I'm usually the guy breaking it up. But I was just so in awe and dumbfounded that this debate had gotten to this point. And this is pre-Facebook, guys, or just right about Facebook. I mean, the toxicity that we talk about social media sometimes, where people are just like going at each other, virtually. I mean, this was in person that really literally came to blows over this next one. So Star Wars enters in the debate again, and there was a Star Wars guy that started off with, for all intents and purposes, a very congenial conversation with Lord of the Rings, another fantasy world, another saga, another Odyssey. And it literally came to blows. The guys were going at it, man. I mean, just full on, beating the shit out of each other because one said that Star Wars was superior and the other one said that Lord of the Rings was superior. And I was dumbfounded by this. So I have to bring it up to you guys. I mean, Lord of the Rings, we've heard your thoughts on Star Wars. So let's hear your thoughts on Lord of the Rings, Matt. And then I want to hear your side of the argument. Which one do you side with? Are you Star Wars or are you Lord of the Rings?
You mean if I had to choose one as the better franchise or the better?
However you want to interpret it, there's no wrong. Unlike that discussion that day, there's no wrong answer here. So.
So honestly, that's a really tough question.
Mm-hmm.
Because
for me, that's a much harder question.
Though the trilogies, I mean, if you just look at the original Lord of the Rings trilogy with the Fellowship of the Ring and then the Two Towers and then Return of the King. And then if you look at the original Star Wars trilogy, that is a very, very tough question. Oh man. Damn, I don't know if I can choose one that I like more.
Oh wow, I didn't think it was going to be this hot, man. That's crazy.
Because I really do enjoy them both a lot. And so I read The Hobbit in junior high school because I had to. And I didn't enjoy it because I was forced to read it for a class. Although I did enjoy a lot of other sort of challenging reading back then, but I had it in my mind, this rebellious thing that I didn't want to read it because I was told I had to. I never did read the rest of the Tolkien books. So I didn't read all of the, the rest of the stuff that he wrote, but I did see the movies multiple times. And oh shoot. If I had to choose one, then I would choose Star Wars.
Okay.
As much as I love Lord of the Rings and I love that medieval swords and dragons and all that stuff, it's all great, but there is just something about outer space that really takes it to a different sort of level, other planets and things like that. It really takes it to a different level.
Favorite Lord of the Rings character, Matt?
Oh boy.
If you say Sam, I'm leaping through this fucking monitor right now.
Samwise Gamgee.
No, it's not.
It's actually Pip.
Those guys, hey, the brothers are fucking funny, man.
I was actually thinking that when they talk about second breakfast and stuff like that. But oh man. Probably Gandalf.
Ooh, nice pick.
Because he's pretty much unchanging. He's sort of that he's the character in the, in if you're using that sort of archetypal model, he's sort of the God character, that's always firm foundation, always there, always, always good, I guess, for lack of a better term, and sort of the wise old guide. So I'd say he's my favorite.
Man, I still get chills, man, when I watch it and he's on that bridge and he's like, none shall pass, and just,
yeah.
Oh fuck.
Every time.
Dude,
badass.
So a couple weeks ago, my kids, as many kids their age these days, watch a lot of YouTube. And if you've ever been in the room while YouTube is on, it's constant, like the dude says something and then it cuts to a 1-second clip from a movie.
Right.
And it cut to none shall pass or something like that. It might have been the dude yelling none shall pass or something. But I was like, that's Lord of the Rings. And my son's like, what? They've been reading and watching The Hobbit for school for the past month. And he was like, wow, really? He had no idea. He had heard it in countless videos and had no idea that it was a reference. And not just something that YouTubers say.
Yeah. And I only because I know after the Lord of the Rings trilogy, they made the Hobbit movies, and I only watched the first Hobbit movie. I didn't watch the rest of them. So
what did you think of it?
The first Hobbit movie?
Yeah.
I was kind of underwhelmed, and I think that's why I didn't watch the rest of them.
I turned it off when they were singing the first time.
Yeah.
I've now finished the series, but
I might go back and watch them someday, but I just and that's why I think Star Wars definitely takes a higher place for me, because if it's Star Wars, I will pretty much always watch it.
Yeah.
So
nice. Tripp.
So again, Lord of the Rings is actually another movie. I think the first Lord of the Rings movie I went to see like 3 or 4 times, because we had I grew up in my early life was in Virginia, but then when I was 10, I moved to Connecticut. And so like my teenage years, which is, sorry, Matt, my teenage years is when the movie came out. But we had a theater that was downtown and we lived downtown. So I could walk to the theater, which downtown was like a 2-block radius. If you're familiar with like New England, like downtown's a thing there. Like it was right off the green, so I could walk to the theater, and that's why I saw Phantom Menace 5 times. That's why I saw Lord of the Rings. What was the first one? Fellowship of the
Fellowship.
Ring.
Yeah.
Fellowship.
I saw it 5-ish times, 4 times maybe, because I had $6 and I could just walk to the theater with my friends and go watch it. Man, it actually, this is a much harder decision. Like Star Trek, my main relationship with Star Trek was watching reruns on the Sci-Fi Channel. But Lord of the Rings, I had never read the books. I was vaguely aware of it because, again, back to, since this is a nerddom safe space, I can admit that when I was 12 or so, I got really into the Star Wars card game. And we had a group of people, like 15 dudes, all of which were 5 years older than me. They would go to this church, and in the basement of the church, they rented it every Sunday or every Saturday morning for Star Wars card tournaments. And so we would go and play Star Wars cards there. And then a new card game came out that some people started turning me on to, and I bought a bunch of packs of this weird thing called Middle Earth that had all these cards about rings and stuff. And I never actually like got into playing the game with people, but it was one of those things where like you're a kid and you read the descriptions on the cards and think they're super cool. So then the movies came out and I was like, wait, that's what Middle Earth is from? But then like I got really into Lord of the Rings for a while. And it was, being a nerd, it was like a thing that would constantly be in the zeitgeist for the rest of my life. But Star Wars has to win out because like Lord of the Rings was something that in my formative years I got really into, but Star Wars was a thing that like if I hadn't been into Star Wars, there's no way that I would have gone to see a movie about a dude throwing a ring into the volcano. It's just like Star Wars for me was what got me into like movies and got me into sci-fi and got me into everything in that realm of like fantasy. So I gotta give it to Star Wars.
Interesting. Both y'all really loved it, but y'all both selected Star Wars. So 2 quick things. So what I want, first question to Matt, and then I'm going to go to Tripp for a question. Then I'll enter in my 2 cents. So Matt, this is for the next 60 seconds. I'm actually going to believe you. How you say how old you are is how old you are. Okay. So enjoy this. Tripp just mentioned $6 for a movie ticket. You mentioned that you saw Star Wars in the theater. How much did you pay for that movie ticket?
Well, my dad paid for the movie ticket. I was 5 years old. So I don't know. I mean, the first time I actually bought my own movie ticket was Ghostbusters in 1984, and I think it was $3.
Okay, so not terribly outlandish.
It was the first time I actually went to the movies with my brothers with my own money in my pocket, and I think it was $3 or $2.50 or something like that. And this is in Indiana, where movie tickets were a lot cheaper than other areas of the country.
I just remember going to the dollar movies a lot. That was the theater that was like the theater after the movies had been out for a long time.
Yeah,
we had that, and I never saw Jurassic Park until it came out on VHS a couple years later, because we were waiting for it to come out in the dollar movie place, and it never did.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal. Oh man, it's so great on the big screen. I saw that on the big screen. That was so awesome. So awesome. All right. So Tripp, favorite Lord of the Rings character.
I feel like I'm very rusty on Lord of the Rings. I would say Frodo, but that's more because it's Elijah Wood, and Elijah Wood has become so much cooler than people think he is, just based on the money he made off of that movie. Like he's now a horror producer who, like, he has a production company that only does horror movies, which is rad. But I think like the character that I always thought was the coolest was probably Aragorn.
Yeah.
Just because he's like, I mean, that's the dude that's like chopping heads off and stuff. So how can he not be the best?
And talking Elvish, man, scoring with Liv Tyler. I mean, damn, he was cool. So,
it's good to be the king.
Yeah, it's good to be the king and live forever, apparently, too. Spoilers. Yeah. No, no, see, this is where I kind of got into it. So my sister got me into Lord of the Rings, my older sister, and it became actually a tradition for a number of years too. We would go watch a movie during the holidays, and this is when the movies came out. So we would pick a movie together and we would go, and each year we would go and watch a movie. And so for 3 years it was the Lord of the Rings movies, right? So we went and saw Fellowship, then we saw Two Towers, and then we saw The Return of the King. And man, we freaking loved it, man. It was awesome. And I love the story. Again, I'm a big story guy, and again, very similar to Star Wars. It is a more difficult decision because I appreciate Star Wars and Lord of the Rings more than Star Trek, from a story aspect. Just both just huge odysseys and everything. The whole I think the one annoying part of like Lord of the Rings that I just you talk about the skipping of during dialogue during Star Wars. And the one part I just couldn't. Oh man, I just fucking hated was the whole Schmeagol bit, man. I just like,
dude, really?
Oh man, it just he would get on my everlasting nerve, and he was just like so much evil could be in such a weakling of a character. I was just like, what the fuck, man? Like just pit. Like I was waiting for Samwise to just drop kick this guy over a cliff, man. Like, come on, just end this poor existence.
Well, that's the whole purpose behind the character.
I know. Yeah, I mean, and he drives the plot, right? He drives the story, and I get it. And he represents what the end of what the ring will bring you, right? If you give into its evil and its power and its obsessive nature. So I get the illustration of the character and everything like that. I hated him. So
yeah,
I mean,
he's chaos.
Yeah,
he's the chaos character in the archetype, and that's why he's so pivotal. But yeah, there were times that got a little much, but that, definitely a pivotal character. It's got to be in the story.
Yeah, no, and yeah, I think that's probably why I hate Sam so much. I'm like, dude, how did you not? You loved Frodo so much, but you couldn't just slug this guy one and just like end his miserable life like just once. Like just take him out. Like that was just me. But I think my favorite Lord of the Rings character is still probably got to be Legolas. But even better than Legolas is the banter and the friendship of him and oh god, I had it.
Gimli?
And then Gimli, the dwarf.
Yeah.
Oh god, they are Murtaugh and Riggs. They are lethal weapon inside Lord of the Rings, man. It is fucking awesome.
Yep, bromance.
It is so cool. It's just like the back and forth and the suave swagger of Legolas, and then just this gruff awkwardness of Ghibli is just, and they're both badasses, which is just that's it just in their own way,
Yeah.
Every time I see Gimli wield someone with an axe, I just picture Murtaugh like coming out around a corner with his fucking 6-wheel like revolver and taking out a South American drug dealer. It's just awesome. But I am a Lord of the Rings guy over Star Wars because from the very beginning I was into it, and I really enjoyed the progression of the characters, the progression of the story. It was really incredible. And I think I'm one of the weird people that was like, Return of the King, they're like, oh, it just wouldn't end. That movie just kept going and kept going and kept going. And I wanted it to keep going because I didn't want it to end. And it, and it ultimately did, which was depressing. So I'm like, it could have, Peter Jackson could have squeezed another hour and a half. That's fine. I could have dealt with that. And I would have enjoyed it. But those were that Lord of the Rings is definitely over Star Wars for me. Which is sad in the description of that fist fight that I was describing for you earlier. The Lord of the Rings guy, yeah, he did not represent, man. He got his ass kicked by the Star Wars guy. Oh man. But it was it's an interesting discussion because they're both westerns. That's the way,
Yeah.
that's the way I kind of look at it. They're both westerns. They're just set, one set in a medieval era type way, and then one set in space. But they're both westerns.
Yeah.
The white
Well,
hats,
like-
the black hats.
Yeah. And like I was
Mhm.
saying, they're it's all the same story. The best stories follow that archetype, and the ones that get it, the ones that hit all the points in the archetype are winning stories, man. Whether they're westerns or Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or the old samurai movies from the 50s, they all get it.
Absolutely. I mean, like even like, well, the Empire, right? The the Federation's black, except for the stormtroopers, right? Like, and then for the most part, until like the good guys are wearing white, and like the good guys in Lord of the Rings have this very puritanical way about them. The lights, it's very bright, always when they're in it, it's very dark in it, the evil parts of it, and it's very white hat, black hat, and it's just it's interesting. The when you break it down, they're both westerns, and like you said it, Matt, you nailed it, the archetype. So I'm skipping this one because I think I answered the question. The Lord of the Rings versus the Hobbit. I think we're all Lord of the Rings guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you all didn't even finish the Hobbit, or did it begrudgingly.
Well,
So-
I recently watched it just because my kids were watching it, and I watched 70% of it with them. And Lord of the Rings wins for sure.
So my sister, I told you, was the one that got me into Lord of the Rings, and we did the Hobbit as well. And her and I had the same observation. Is like they, and I think it's similarly. This is why Star Wars nerds hate the prequels, because the technology difference, right? So Legolas had like one trick in Lord of the Rings, like one move each movie. The Two Towers, the Fellowship, Return of the King. He did like one crazy ass trick, and you're like, oh, that's badass. That was awesome. Like the sliding down the stairs on a shield, and like the flipping in midair when he was scouting out the orcs that were coming over the ridge, and he does this weird kind of flip onto the back of a horse thing. So he had like one or two tricks per movie. Well, in the span of like 5 minutes in a scene of The Hobbit, he like pulls out like 50 new ones, and it was just like, well, that's just overkill and stupid, and we just didn't like it.
Well, and not sorry if I keep beating this dead horse, but the reason that the prequels, that the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, or whatever it's called, the reason that those three movies don't resonate is because they don't follow the archetype.
Yeah.
That's why they don't resonate.
They're literally the opposite of the archetype.
Exactly. It's the development and the plunge into darkness of the villain. The slow descent into darkness of the villain, and that doesn't follow the archetype, and that's why they don't resonate.
No.
And Jar Jar Binks.
Also that.
Yeah. Yeah, Jar Jar Binks and Schmeagol can go.
I implore you guys to watch if you can find it. It exists on the internet, but it's difficult to find. There is a fan edit. I can't remember what it's called. It has some weird name that's like Star Wars the End of Nye or something like that. But it's somebody who recut all three prequels into 1 2.5 hour movie.
Oh,
And there's no Jar Jar Binks. It starts off with the Darth Maul fight. It's way better. Like, it was so much more enjoyable to watch them in that context than it was to watch Jar Jar Binks get zapped by a pod racer engine.
that I would watch, especially if it skips over Anakin talking about sand.
Yeah, there's one scene from the Phantom Menace, and it's the fight scene at the end.
Oh,
And
that's
where the
all you
movie
need.
picks up.
That's all you need.
It's actually really good.
That's awesome. Uh, in the interest of time, I think I'm gonna end this nerddom here because I think I want to save some of this for another time to have you guys back, and we could kind of pick this up. We could do a part 2 of nerd debate. So because I think we
I'll be
had a
there.
lot of fun with these 3 universes a little bit. So it seems like Star Wars is the champ
Yeah, I would say.
overall. Star Wars is the champ. You know,
I would say so.
despite the Phantom Menace and Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith not following the archetype as Matt was just talking about. But that's a really interesting disgusting interesting deliberation there, Matt. I from a storytelling perspective, I can appreciate that. That's probably right. I on the other hand, but again, it's because I entered in the story while I watched the Star Wars movies when I was younger. They just didn't. I don't know. They didn't captivate me the way that I mean, I enjoyed them, but I watched them from a pure entertainment aspect of it. It was just like, oh, cool. They're in, fire jets and they're shooting each other. And yeah, that one took out that really big one by firing this laser into a really small hole. It's really awesome. But I think that's interesting that you guys chose Star Wars, even though you both really love the Lord of the Rings, because I'm a big Lord of the Rings guy. So I would say that's where I'm at. But yeah, Star Trek is completely lost on me. I have no reference point at all with it. I mean, I watched the newer ones with Chris Pine, like you were talking about, Matt. You said you enjoyed them. I enjoyed it too. I think Chris Pine's a great actor. I like him a lot. So I enjoyed him from an entertainment perspective, but I just couldn't get into it. Like I'm sure other Trekkies did. So
yeah, they're action. They're like shoot 'em up action flicks in space.
Yeah.
So the last 2 questions that I've got for you guys, and this is the time of the night that I really, and we went really long on this. I can't believe how long we went tonight.
When I'm around, we always go long. That's just how it goes.
But I really appreciate it. I thought we had a great discussion, and I can't thank you all enough. It's still only lunchtime, on the West Coast where Tripp is. So he's gonna have dinner here in an hour or so, and Matt and I have to get up in an hour and go to work. But nonetheless, I appreciate both time commitments on your parts. This has been a great discussion. I always thank my guests because this is Sunday night, even with times of COVID. Sunday night is family time, and so for you guys to sit down with me and take time away from your family, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Of course,
absolutely.
Yeah, happy to be on.
So the last 2 questions, go back to Cigar Chat for a little bit for a second, and I mean all the directions are pointing to TPE and PCA are happening. Matt, I know that you're going to TPE. You and Garrett will be there. How about that cigar will be taking in its first trade show as an organization? This is a big moment for you. So will you be attending PCA as well?
I hope so. I think so. We'll see. That's the best answer I can give right now. You're
not going to buy another house, right? Nothing like that.
No, no, that's not going to happen. We are hoping very much to cover the PCA trade show as well. So fantastic. We'll see what comes between now and mid-July.
I'm super excited to see how about that cigars coverage of TPE. I think it'll be great. I know you guys are really, really excited as an organization to cover a trade show, and this has been too far along coming for you guys. So this is a great moment for y'all, and I'm celebrating it along with you. I'm so excited for y'all.
Yeah, we're excited, missing PCA IPCPR in 2019 was tough, but it had to be done. We didn't have any choice but to miss it. And then 2020 happened, and we all know what that was about. So covering both trade shows this year would be fantastic. We're very excited to cover TPE. And we are, like you said, it's going to be our first time as a media group covering a trade show. So we're going to learn a lot. I mean, I was very fortunate to spend time with Blind Man's Puff and cover trade shows in the past. So I fortunately do have some experience in that realm, but this is the first time. Even earlier today, I spent some time on the TPE website, going through all the exhibitors and making my lists and all that. And even TPE, which is the quote unquote small trade show, there's a lot of people. It's like, there's no way I'm going to be able to get to everybody on the list that I put together today. There's no way, but we're going to do the best we can to talk to the people that we believe viewers and listeners would want to hear from, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
So that's, and also a big part of it is, I mean, covering the trade show and interviewing people at their booths. That's one piece of it. But really, more importantly for us as a new media company is just building those relationships. We want FaceTime where we can actually get together and have cigars with people and talk to them face to face and get to know people that haven't had a chance to get to know us yet. That's really what it's more about than interviews on Facebook Live. It's getting to know people and giving them a chance to get to know us. Because there's a lot, we're still new. There's a lot of people don't even know we exist. And I don't blame them one bit for that. Everybody's busy. They're busy making cigars. And if there's companies out there that have never heard of us, I don't blame them one bit for that. But our goal at the trade shows is to change that and to let them get to know us.
Awesome. Like I said, I'm super excited to see your coverage of the event and hopefully to see you at PCA. I'll be at PCA this year, so I will not be at TPE, but I will be at PCA. So I'm excited to go back.
Yeah.
But Tripp, what's going on with Cigar Federation? Will Cigar Federation be at TPE or PCA this year?
We're not planning on it. It's possible that PCA will happen. I think TPE's out. I've decided that's not happening. We'll see about PCA. I'm not certain whether we'll put that one together or not.
Won't be the same without you on the last day of the show, man, at Saka's booth, and then go getting some ramen afterwards, man.
Yeah, exactly. If it doesn't happen, I'll miss you guys. Sure. It's like, to me, that's a touchstone of being in the cigar media, is like actually getting to see people, especially being way out here on the West Coast. Like, it's rare that I get to see anybody in the cigar industry in person other than at IPCPR, now PCA, of course. So hopefully we'll be able to get it together. If not, I'm hoping to see you all there next year.
Sounds great. Hope that can happen for you, Tripp. So, alrighty. Well, gentlemen, this is time for the curveball segment. Final question of the night. Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust curveball segment. Fastballs or curveballs, it doesn't matter. Since the company's inception, Steve Saka has been knocking them out of the park 6 consecutive years in the consensus top 3. Yeah, I looked it up. In fact, I got fact checked by William Cooper himself on that. So 6 consecutive years in the consensus top 3. So here's the question, guys. We've been talking a lot about fantasy today, our nerddom, and we've also been talking a lot about pairings. So I thought I'd combine the two here. All right. So you get a chance and an opportunity. This is a fantasy, if you will, for you to share a cigar with somebody. In fact, someone outside of the cigar industry invites you to have a cigar with them. Who is that person? That dream fantasy moment. Someone outside the cigar industry says, Matt, I want to have a cigar with you. Let's go have a cigar. Tripp, I want to have a cigar with you. Let's go have a cigar. And it is the moment for you. Who is it? Doesn't matter if they're a cigar smoker or not. This is your fantasy. So who are you sharing a cigar with?
Alton Brown.
Wow. That is a great answer. I'm so jealous I didn't think of that.
He used to be a cigar smoker. He had an AMA like 6 years ago or something like that. And I was like, "Do you still smoke cigars?" And he said he does not. He quit because of his daughter or something. But if I had to choose somebody, that'd be it. Like I would love to spend half an hour or an hour just hanging out with that guy, talking about bourbon and food and just stuff.
Alton Brown. Nice.
Wow. That is such a great answer.
I'm sure there's a better answer for me, but that was the first one that came to mind, and I truly would love to just spend an hour picking that guy's brain.
Yeah, I love that dude. I've been watching him since the Good Eats days back in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love what a food nerd he is. And
yeah, I think that's part of like his appeal to me is like he gets as into food as I get into everything I get into.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great answer.
Sorry to show you up. I thought that was going to
No.
be like an off the cuff one that would give you a second to think. I didn't mean to throw you off with it.
No, that was a great answer. Oh man, this is a curveball. Joe Rogan.
Oh, that is a good one.
Good
too.
choice. Yeah.
Joe Rogan. He's
You'd be smoking some foundation, that's for sure.
yeah, I know he's become a fan of cigars over the last year or so, maybe longer. But
he's been smoking cigars for a while.
okay.
But in the last like 6 months, he's like started to nerd out a little bit.
Yeah.
And actually like get into cigars.
Okay. Yeah, I've loved his podcast since very early on. And I love the way that he has conversations with his guests.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's a very thoughtful conversationalist. And I think he would just be a blast just to talk to about, like we've been talking tonight, just about every subject you can imagine under the sun. I think he has, I think he's just a thoughtful conversationalist, and he lets people talk, but he also adds thoughtful notes in between the conversation that even make, when he'll have an expert in a particular field on his show, and he'll even add thoughtful notes that will even make them think.
Yeah.
And I enjoy people like that who listen more than they speak, but when they do speak, it's at least meaningful in some small way to the conversation. And I would love to just hear his thoughts on a lot of different subjects, because he and I agree on a lot of stuff and we disagree on a lot of stuff. And one of the things I've learned personally over the last few years is that it's become important to me to read and listen to people with whom I disagree.
Agreed. I absolutely have come around to that too. And he is actually one of the people who he has this ability to have conversations with people he completely disagrees with on every level and still talk to them about it.
Yeah.
And converse about it. And there has been a lot of controversy about certain guests that he's had.
Yeah.
But a lot of times those are guests he doesn't agree with anything they're saying.
Yeah.
But he gives them a place to speak their mind and try to understand why they think that way.
Right.
And I find that very compelling.
Yeah. So I would definitely pick him.
A lot more of that should be going around these days.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I really have come to like about him as well, and something that I'm actually would like to strive more towards too. Problem is my podcast involves cigars, and I love cigars, and my guests do too. So I would love an opportunity to speak with like the director of Tobacco Free Kids, man, and just have that conversation of how could you just how could you have the strong opinions you do that just blanket an entire industry of, just because of a common denominator that you think is bad. It just, yeah, that their opinion, anti-tobacco people mind, it blows my mind. It really does. Would love to have that kind of conversation, but so I didn't know how you guys, I didn't direct you guys at all in this. I left this up to interpretation. So I didn't know if you guys would pick someone who was alive or someone who was dead. So I actually picked two people, one alive
I feel
and
like
one dead.
smoking with somebody who's dead would be very boring.
Yeah. It'd really be a one-sided conversation.
It really would be. Well, in my case, I picked one living person and one dead person. The dead person, I imagine them still being alive. So again, this is my fantasy. So, based on the conversation, because it would be, the dead person would be John Wayne. I would love to have a cigar with John Wayne.
I would love to have a cigar with John Wayne. Absolutely love to.
Talk about what a bad actor he is.
From Matt's perspective, yes, that's the conversation would be like.
No, but he was like I was saying before we went live, he's an icon, and he seems like an absolute riot. So I don't think he could act his way out of a wet paper sack. But that doesn't mean he's not an American icon, and an important American icon at that. And somebody, sitting down having a cigar with that guy all day. I would love to do that.
Mm-hmm. That'd be awesome. Then the living person I picked was Vin Scully. He was the voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers for decades. And the things that he witnessed on the baseball field, the moments that he called as a sports broadcaster, sometimes kind of they're etched in my memory, and in memory, many memories of many Americans. And so that would be an incredible baseball conversation, and having a cigar with Vin Scully would just be awesome.
Yeah,
just be incredible. So those were my choices, but Alton Brown, very interesting, and Joe Rogan. I like those choices as well. So that was our curveball segment, sponsored by Dunbarton Tobacco and Trust. Guys, this was an absolutely fantastic conversation. I can't thank you all enough, especially for coming on last minute and putting together a truly, truly tremendous show, talking about pairings, talking about nerddom, some wonderful charities brought to light. So if anyone feels called, please consider donating to PanCan, Pancreatic Action Cancer Network, and also Techo, right? Techo, sorry. The links are in the chat. They're also attached to the ads for tonight's show on the Facebook page, ELOSOFUMAR, which you can follow for a schedule of upcoming guests. Be sure you hit the like button on our Facebook page. You can also check us out on YouTube, where we always put our show's videos. Be sure you download, subscribe, and review from there, as well as wherever you listen to podcasts. So if you are listening to wherever you listen to podcasts, whether that be on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, Podbean, iHeartRadio, or wherever you listen to podcasts, be sure you download, subscribe, and review. If you already are a subscriber, please unsubscribe, but please don't forget to resubscribe, because that helps my numbers so I can continue to get great guests like the two gentlemen that I'm sitting across from tonight. It's been an absolute treasure to share these moments with you. Thank you so much, Matt, of How About That Cigar. Thank you for your time tonight. Tripp of Cigar Federation, thank you for your time as well. So for everyone out there, this was our 164th take, live from the Alec Bradley Lone Star studio of Euless, Texas. I'm your host, Barry Duplessis, as always. And guess what, everybody? We'll see you next time.